graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I missed putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Let me know how my audio settings sound down below. Let me know if I'm coming in a little bit low. I think I might be. Nope. Okay, the roadcaster's on. I think that's good. Good stuff. All right, how's everybody doing? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. We got a Phillies series to wrap up this afternoon. Phillies play the Cleveland Guardians as they try to win yet another series. Hopefully there's 7 series that they are able to take care of business under Don Mattingly. Would really like to see them go 7 for 8. That would be awesome on this cool day out in Philadelphia. Weather wasn't really so nice yesterday, but the Phillies were still able to get a win, and even the series at 1 apiece. Zach Wheeler was fantastic in his outing yesterday. He looked really, really sharp. He went 6 innings. He didn't even allow a run. He gave up 2 hits, and he also struck out 6 batters. We don't have to get into Friday. Unfortunately, Christopher Sanchez was not able to get the win, but he pitched really well. But we don't have to really go much further into that. The good news is that yesterday they got the W. They did a very good job pitching-wise yesterday. The bullpen, I thought, looked pretty strong out there. But the question now becomes, can the bats wake up? Because this team has only put up a total of 7 runs, really 8 runs in their last 4 games. And that's sort of reverting back to their old habits. They've been chasing after more pitches. They just have not been able to take good at-bats. I know that they've seen better pitching, and I understand that. But at the same time, you'd like to see them execute a little bit better, and they just have not really been able to do so. Now, they did put up 3 runs yesterday. They got a couple of big key hits. One was from Bryson Stott. That was really the only key hit that they had. It was the two-run single that he had in the bottom of the 4th inning yesterday off of Slade. But other than that, really not much. They had another chance, I thought, in the 6th inning to get a couple of more runs besides the bases-loaded walk, and I was a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to do that. So, you know, we'll see how they do today, and hopefully they're able to get a W. It's not going to be easy going up against Parker Messick. It really is not. But I think that the Phillies can definitely take the series today as long as Andrew Painter does a good job on the mound. But going up against Parker Messick, that's really not going to be an easy task. This guy has been pitching pretty well over his last 4 outings or so. In the month of May, he has a 3.63 ERA. He's allowed 10 runs in 22 1/3 of an inning, but he's also allowed 5 homers. Really just give up 3 in his first outing of May. But he's been looking a lot better ever since then. He's the type of pitcher that is technically, he'll get you off balance. He might start out a little bit cold, tends to give up his runs a little bit early. But if you get to him early, then you have a chance of at least, as long as you can hold on to the lead, you can definitely take care of business that way. But he's the type of guy that, once he settles in, it gets really tough to just be able to hit off of him. So I'm really hoping that the Phillies can get to him today, make him work, make him sweat out there and just get him out of the game as early as possible and get to this Cleveland Guardians bullpen. And the bullpen for them has actually been pretty good this year, too. Cade Smith has done a fantastic job as their closer. They have some really good arms out there. Gaddis is still throwing really well. Sobrowski overall has been fantastic. He has a 1.71 ERA. And by the way, Gaddis, he's been throwing a lot better is really what I meant to say. His first, coming on into May, he really wasn't doing so good. But ever since his last 7 outings or so, he has settled back into the Hunter Gaddis that is just really dominant out there. So, but anyhow, we'll see how they do today. As far as the lineup goes today for the Philadelphia Phillies, nothing really stands out. Not much stands out. The only thing that is a bit different is that Justin Crawford is not playing, so they're sliding Brandon Marsh out to center field today, and then Mundo Sosa is out in left. That's the only thing that really is sort of like, when you look at the lineup card, you say to yourself, okay, that is a little bit different, and yes, it is. But that's pretty much it. Not really too much else stands out. We haven't gotten to Andrew Painter yet. We'll do that right now. Andrew Painter has looked a lot better in his last 2 outings. Is it right where we want him to be? No. But I think today is a quiz. I really do. I really want to see what type of version of Andrew Painter that we get today on the bump. I'm happy that JT is catching. I think that ever since JT has sort of worked with him, things have gotten out to be a little bit better. And he has helped him sort of settle on in. But the command has to be on the fastballs and the secondary pitches. He's been throwing the changeup a little bit more. He's been utilizing some more of his all-speed stuff, and that's been great. How's he going to mix that in today, especially in cool weather today? We'll actually be able to see how that ends up going. It's 58 degrees out of Citizens Bank Park. So how does he pitch in the colder temperatures? Don't know. But I like what he's been doing over these last couple of outings. I also really like how Don Mattingly is not over pushing him. He's not forcing him to go out there and go like 7 strong innings. He's not trying to get him into stressful situations. He's really just trying to boost his confidence, which I think is really good. So if he goes 6 innings and he allows a couple of hits, and he doesn't really get himself into a lot of jams early on, then he basically says, okay, you're done. We'll see how you do the very next time. We don't want to put a lot of pressure on you, because we've seen during the later parts of the game where that does tend to happen, or even in the beginning when he just gets off to a really bad start. Rob Thompson was pushing him a little bit too much just to try to squeeze the lemon out of him so that he can save the bullpen. I feel like that there's just more calmness about Andrew Painter out there pitching now than there was 3 outings ago. So, but yeah, I'm curious to see how his production is today, and we'll get a taste of that too. Let's say hello to everybody that is here in the chat before we even get on into the starting lineups. We'll say hi to everybody. If you did subscribe to the channel, thank you so much. Frex, welcome on in to the Play-by-Play with JJ community. Lydia's here. Haley is here. Chu is also here. I appreciate you guys. Larry's also here. He says, you're back. Maybe we can score some runs now. I hope so. I really want to see this offense go out there and just dominate. That would be really, really awesome. Just to be able to get to Parker Messick early. This guy's been pitching a lot better, but I think that the Phillies can definitely give themselves production at the plate today, and that would be great. That would be really great. You go to San Diego tomorrow, you fly out to San Diego tonight. You play against the Padres tomorrow, and it's an early game for them. It's a 6:40 time for us, but that's 3:40 their time because it's Memorial Day. But how are you going to be able to? Can you just get on the plane with a series win? I think that that's really the mentality that this team should have heading on into tomorrow. So, but yeah. Justin's here. What's up, Justin? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Brad's also here. Yes, Chua. Yes, I said hello to Chua. John is here as well. Thank you all so much for tuning on in, guys. I really do appreciate it. All right, so let's get on into the starting lineups for tonight's game. We'll do that right now. So for the Cleveland Guardians, they have Travis Bazzana batting in the leadoff spot. He's playing over at second base. Jose Ramirez is the DH. Then you got Chase DeLauder, who's out in right field. He's batting third. Rhys Hoskins playing over at first. He's batting fourth. Daniel Schneemann is the third baseman, and he'll be batting fifth this afternoon for Stephen Vogt and his Guardians ball club. David Fry is out in left field. In center, it's Stephen Kwan. At catcher, it's Austin Hedges. And then batting in the ninth spot, the shortstop is Brian Rocchio. And that is the lineup today for the Cleveland Guardians. Bazzana, Ramirez, DeLauder, Hoskins, Schneemann, Fry, Kwan, Hedges, and Rocchio. And for the Philadelphia Phillies, their lineup will be this. It'll be Trey Turner batting leadoff, playing over at short. Kyle Schwarber is the DH. He's batting second. Bryce Harper is batting third. He's playing over at first. And then fourth is Alec Bohm, who's playing over at third base. The catcher is JT Realmuto. He'll be batting fifth. Sixth is Bryson Stott, who is over at second base. The right fielder is Adolis Garcia. He's batting seventh. Eighth is Edmundo Sosa, and he's playing out in left field. And last but not least, batting in the ninth spot is Brandon Marsh, who is playing out in center this afternoon. No Justin Crawford. Sosa is in left, and Marsh slides out to center. So, again, for the Phillies, they got Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Realmuto, Stott, Garcia, Sosa, and Marsh. And on the bump for the Phillies is Andrew Painter. The Phillies skipper is Don Mattingly. The temperatures, it's 58 degrees outside out at CBP. Winds are blowing northeast at 8 miles per hour. The humidity is at 95%. And we are ready to get things going right now. So without further ado, let's get the 3D graphic up and running. There we go. Good stuff. Painter, 9 games this year, a 1-4 record, 43 2/3 of an inning. His ERA is down to a 5.77. And what I mean by that is, well, about a couple of games ago, it was up to a 6.89. So we'll see how he does this afternoon. The Guardians are in their dark blue and red tops. They got their gray bottoms and the red C as the logo. And here we go. As first pitch is ready to get underway. And let's take a pause to sync everything on up. And let's make sure that we also get our box score up and running as well. There we go. Good stuff. The first pitch to Travis Bazzana will be in there for a called strike. And so that is how the afternoon of baseball begins out at CBP. We are underway. Nice. No balls, 1 strike to Bazzana. And the 0-1 pitch, here it comes. Ground ball, base hit out to left field, right through the 5-6 hole. And Bazzana gets on with a leadoff single. So after Andrew Painter is able to find the strike zone and fire a strike, throw it in a good spot, he comes back with another 4-seamer that was just a little bit towards the outside corner. JT wanted it a little bit more away. And Bazzana takes advantage and slaps a single out to left field. It's Jose Ramirez who comes on up to the plate. And Ramirez takes ball 1. That 4-seamer dipped a little bit. It was at 95. And it was outside. J-Ram this year, 54 games, a .231 batting average. The toss back over to first, and Harper will make the catch. Bazzana doesn't even get swiped. Phillies are in their cream uniforms. It's their cream Sunday uniforms with the red Phillies text painted across the chest. 1-0 pitch is down for ball 2. Here's the throw to second base to get Bazzana, and he is safe over at second base. I actually thought that JT made a good throw there. I'm curious to see if the Phillies are going to challenge this. JT's looking back at home plate. The count is 2-0. I don't know if they signaled a challenge or not. Throw at him beat, I think. And then Turner tried to swipe him on the hand. Wasn't really the best swipe there by Trey. He was waiting for him to come. He didn't want to just slap him on the hand, but he's out. He's out at second, I think. And they are challenging. The throw definitely had Bazana beat. I mean, there's no question about it. Turner just sort of had the glove down and then just sort of waited for Bazana to just come right on over to him. I think that his hand, Bazana, made contact with the glove. I think he's out. Mark Wagner, Stu Sherwater, Junior Valentine, and Jordan Baker are the umpires from home plate to third. And after review, the call in the field is overturned, and JT throws out another runner. So Bazana gets caught stealing on the bases, and Jose Ramirez is up to bat. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Now there's nobody on with 1 out, and the 1-1 pitch, and that ball is lined over to Turner, and Turner makes the catch over at short. Wasn't a hard hit line drive. It was sort of a floater, if you will. But Turner was on the outfield grass, and he makes the catch, and there's out number 2. And here comes Chase DeLauder, who leads the team in RBI. First pitch to DeLauder, swing and a miss, could not catch up to the fastball at 96 miles per hour. Final score predictions. What are your final score predictions for this afternoon's game? And who are your MVPs to go along with that? 0-1 pitch. That's low for a ball. And so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 is the count. Painter gets set at the Phillies letters. He kicks. He fires. And that ball is slapped out over towards center field. Marsh on the run towards his left, and will make the grab by the Phillies letters for out number 3. No runs, 1 hit, and we go to the bottom of the first. Philadelphia is going to come on up to the plate right now. And it'll be Turner to lead things off. He's playing over at shorts. Kyle Schwarber is batting second. He is the DH. Batting third is Bryce Harper. He's playing over at first. Alec Boehm is batting fourth. He's playing at the hot corner. The catcher is JT. He's batting fifth. Then it'll be Bryson Stott sixth. He's playing over at second base. Adolis Garcia is the right fielder. He'll be batting seventh. Eighth is Edmundo Sosa, playing out in left field, and Brandon Marsh is playing out in center field today, and he'll be batting in the 9th spot. So it's Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Boehm, Realmuto, Stott, Garcia, Sosa, and Marsh. And that is the lineup today for the Philadelphia Phillies. David's also here. Let's go. All right, we got 4-2 Phillies, and who's your MVP? 8-3 Cleveland. Yes, sir. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yep. Everybody heard my thank yous. So I gave a big shout out to Mike. Gave a big shout out, of course, to RB. Round of applause is in the chat, and the MVPs for the both of them because they were fantastic. They were great. There we go. Good stuff. Okay. So, yeah, that is what's going to happen in the bottom of the first. The Guardians' defense, we'll take a look at that right now. On the mound is Parker Messick. And then behind the plate today, it'll be Austin Hedges catching. Out at first base, it's Rhys Hoskins. At second, it's Travis Bazana. At third, it's Daniel Schneemann. And then at shortstop, it's Brian Rocchio. First pitch to Turner. That misses way inside for ball 1. Messick on the bump. We'll get to him in just a few seconds. The 1-0 is fouled back. In left field for Cleveland, it'll be David Fry. The center fielder is Stephen Kwan. And in right, it's Chase DeLauder. One ball, one strike to Trey Turner. And the 1-1 pitch is down and in for ball 2. Turner, in the series so far, hitless in 8 at-bats. Struck out once on Friday and once on Saturday as well. 2 balls, 1 strike to Turner. And the windup and the pitch. And that's inside again for ball 3. The guy that he's facing, who is on the bump, that is Parker Messick. Messick has struck out 64 batters and also has a 1.02 whip as well. Guardians did challenge this call, and that was confirmed to be a ball. So they're down to 1 ABS challenge. Messick gets set, kicks, fires, and the 3-1 is popped foul and out of play. Turner got behind on the fastball, and it's a full count. 35 of Messick's strikeouts this year have all been on the changeups. 3-2 pitch, and that is grounded towards the third base side, and the throw on over to first ball, actually it's ruled as a foul ball. It's a little bit weird because Schneemann was playing it as if it was a fair ball and couldn't really tell what the umpire's signal was and couldn't really see where the ball landed, but that is a foul ball. Now they're showing the replay. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Turner in the box, Schwarber on deck, and Harper in the hole. Messick gets set at the belt. He kicks, he fires, and the 3-2 is swung on and missed. Turner lit on the fastball, and there's 1 out. That's the 65th strikeout of the season for Parker Messick. Okay. Parker, though, is 25 years old. He's from Plant City, Florida. 6 feet tall, 225 pounds, left-handed pitcher. Active on the roster of Cleveland. Last year, he played in 7 games, started all 7, and he had a 2.72 ERA. Here's Kyle Schwarber, who takes a sinker down and away for ball 1. The Guardians snapped what was a 7-game winning streak yesterday as the Phillies shut them out. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is challenged by Kyle. Thought that maybe it was a ball. Let's see. And it was. So it's a 2-0 count. The pitch was down. Painter pitched in the top of the first inning. Only allowed the single to Bazana. JT then threw out Bazana, trying to swipe second base. And then J-Ram lined out to short. That's Jose Ramirez. And Chase DeLauder lined out to center. 2-0 pitch to Schwarber. That's low and outside for ball 3. Messick behind in the count 3-0. And the 3-0 pitch comes back with a fastball down the hatch for strike 1. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons too, folks. And that way you will know when we do go live. 3-1 pitch. Foul ball. I missed you guys too, man. I did. But I'm happy to be back. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the first. 1 out. Schwarber's average is at 220. He will call for time and step on out of the box. Zach Wheeler pitched very well for the Phillies yesterday. 6 innings for Wheels and did not allow 1 run. The bullpen did its job too. 3-2 pitch to Schwarber, and he whacks this one out over to right field, and that'll get down for a base hit in front of Chase DeLauder. It only takes 1 bounce, and Kyle Schwarber gets on with a single. And here comes Bryce Harper to the plate. Charge! So here we go. Harper is up. Yesterday he went 3 for 4 with a stolen base. That was his 3rd stolen base of the month that he had. His 4th steal of the season. First pitch, grounded over to first. This should be 2. The throw, the second, there's 1. The throw back over to first. Harper actually beat it out, to my surprise. That's a 3-6 fielder's choice. So there's 2 outs. Goes swinging at the first pitch, gets on top of it. And Hoskins backhanded it. Threw it right on over to Rocchio's way. Messick's foot was actually off the bag. And that's what ended up happening. Went on over to first. Couldn't tell where his foot was. And that's why Harper ended up beating it out. You saw the replay, you could get more of a clear view on that. And now it's Alec Boehm's turn to come on up to the plate. Marsh is on the bench. No, he's not. Sosa's out and left. Crawford's on the bench. I know you probably posted that a while ago. Here's the first pitch to Boehm. That'll be in there for a called strike. The ball is 1 strike, and the 0-1 pitch to Boehm. It's grounded sharply over to third, and the throw to second is in plenty of time. And the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit. 1 man left, and we go to the second inning. No score out at CBP. All right, time for some shout-outs. Where are we tapping on in from on this lovely Memorial Day weekend? Let me know down below. Let's go. Time to give people some shout-outs. Where are we tapping on in from? L'chaim, everybody. Cheers. Go Phils. Hoskins will lead off the top of the second. Let's go. Oh, you're right. Still Sosa should be playing for Trey, but that never happens. No worries. We got Northwest Philly. What's up, Lou? Davenport, Florida is in the chat. Yes, hello, John. How you doing? Fist pump, fist pump. There's 2 fist pumps. Let's go. We got the Dominican Republic. Jose is here. What's up, Jose? And we also got Larry from Florida. What's up, Larry? I'm getting good with my geography. I'm going to come find y'all. No, I'm kidding. We got Connecticut in the house. Yes, sir. What's up, Chef? Happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody. Yes. Let's go. Time is at 1:51 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah. The algorithm is definitely not a fan of us because we've had people fill on in over these last couple of days. Actually, no, the algorithm's treating us pretty good today. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Let's go. We got 192 people tapping on in. 45 of you have hit the thumbs up button. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button right now. All right, here's the first pitch. This will be popped up, and it'll be hit out over towards the right side. Stott's there, and he'll make the catch over on the outfield grass. And there's 1 out. We'll do some more shout-outs when we go to the bottom of the second inning. And that'll be cool. Daniel Schneemann is also going to come on up to the plate, playing over at third base. So Bazana, once again, singled, then got caught stealing on an attempt to swipe second. JT gunned him out. Jose Ramirez lined out over to short. DeLauder lined out to center. And Hoskins popped out over to Stott's way. First pitch to Schneemann, and that's in there for a strike. The guy on the bump is Andrew Painter for the Philadelphia Phillies. The ball is 1 strike to Schneemann, the left-handed hitter. And the 0-1 is caught on the outside edge for strike 2. Good slider thrown by Painter. The ball is 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Swing on the Messi. Struck him out. That splitter danced and just sailed out away towards the bottom of the zone and outside as well. And that is 4 batters retired in a row by Andrew Painter right now. Drop a chair in the chat for Painter. Here's Fry. Fry stares at the sweeper. That catches the knees for strike 1. Look at him painting those edges. That's what we want to see. Get ahead in the counts. And just provide good movement on the pitches. 0-1 pitch to Fry, and that sails outside and away for ball one. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons, folks. The 1-1 pitch, grounded over towards short. Turner picks it up, throws it on over to first, and that's in time for out number 3. So 1, 2, 3 go the Guardians, and we're going to go to the bottom of the second. Time for some more shout-outs. Let's go! Who else do we got? We got Brian here, Nevada. Welcome back, JJ. What's up? Brian, how you doing? Shout out to Nevada. Portland, Oregon. Yes, sir. What's up, Isaac? How you doing? Fist pump to you. We got South Carolina. Hot Corner is here. Hello, Hot Corner. Hope you're having a great Memorial Day weekend, my friend. Arlington, Virginia. Kevin Kirk is here. High five, Kevin. Let's go. Arlington, Virginia, says Abigail Young. Oh, man, you're both from Arlington, Virginia, and you messaged each other. You messaged on here back to back. That is crazy. Abby and Kevin from Arlington, Virginia. What are the odds? What are the odds? We got Cranford, New Jersey in the chat as well. What's up, David? Hopefully you guys are doing very, very well and having yourselves a fantastic day. Okay, so we are going to the bottom of the second inning. No runs and 1 hit so far in this game for each team as we speak. Folks, if you are new to my channel, welcome aboard. Welcome on into the play-by-play with JJ community. We go on for Phillies baseball, Sixers basketball, Eagles football. We also do other Major League Baseball games as well, and we have a lot of fun. Parker Messick is going to go out there for his second frame. Messick is technically qualified as a rookie, which I didn't even really think about because he started in 7 games last year. Lowest ERA amongst rookies this season, minimum 40 innings. He has a 2.45, so he's still technically considered to be a rookie. How many innings did he go last year, JJ? Great question. Parker went 39 2/3 of an inning last year. The pitch. This is grounded over to third, picked up by the third baseman, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. Ramirez is not over at third today. It is Daniel Schneemann. And on the first pitch, JT grounds one over to Schneemann's way. And there's out number 1. By the way, the Phillies defense, we never talked about it. But JT is catching. Harper's over at first. At second, it's Stott. At third, it's Bohm. And the shortstop is Trey Turner. The outfielders from left to right are Sosa, Marsh, and Garcia from left to right field. Got a little bit confused because I'm looking at the bottom of the lineup. Garcia is batting 7th, Sosa's batting 8th, and Marsh is batting 9th. The ball is 1 strike to Bryson Stott. And the 0-1 to Stott is outside and down for ball 1. Bryson Stott has had himself a very good month of May. He's driven in 20 runs, and he has homered 5 times in this month. One ball, 2 strikes to Stott. See a lot of fans in their powder blues sweaters. 1-2 pitch, and there's a blooper hit out over towards left center. It goes over the head of Rocchio and gets down for a base hit right in front of the left fielder, David Fry. And so Bryson Stott continues to have a hot stick in the month of May. And Adolis Garcia will be the next customer to come on up to the plate. Bottom of the second, 1 out. Charge! The pitch is up high for ball 1 to Adolis Garcia. Kevin Abbey are together. Gotcha. was also thinking to myself, like, what are the actual odds? You're both tuning on in. Welcome aboard. Is this your first time being here? Good to see you guys. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, bottom of the second. Garcia is in the box, and the 1-1 is down and in for ball 2. Two and 1 to Garcia. Messick kicks, deals. And Garcia fouls him back over towards the screen. Adolis Garcia started off his career with the Cardinals in 2018 and got sent over to the Texas Rangers and spent the last 6 seasons with them from 2020 till 2025. His first full season was 2021. He had 31 homers and 90 RBI. Then in 2022, put up 27 homers and 101 RBI. And the year after that was 39 homers and 107 RBI, and he was fantastic in the World Series. 2-2 pitch, swing, and a foul tip into the glove for strike 3, and Messick gets his second strikeout victim of the afternoon. Some of these guys are just late on these fastballs. Not saying that he was there, but a little bit more tardy, I would say, than he should have been. The pitch to Sosa, and he takes a sinker in the dirt for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Here's the 1-0 to Sosa, and he takes a curveball that is in the zone for strike 1 at 78 miles per hour. 1 ball, 1 strike to Edmundo Sosa. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 1-1 pitch is going to be fouled off over towards the right side and out of play. For the Guardians, they will have 7, 8, and 9 due up in the batting order. That's Kwan, Hedges, and Rocchio. Can you guys believe that Stephen Kwan is batting 7th for the Guardians? He just has not had a good season for them. We're talking about Stephen Kwan, who's typically one of the best leadoff hitters in all of baseball over the years. 1-2 pitch to Sosa, and that ball's going to be lined out over towards left center field, and it'll be caught in the alleyway by David Fry. The fact that Edmundo went down that far to hit it out over to left center field, the distance that he got it at is just remarkable, but it doesn't result in the base hit, and that's why the inning is over. We're going to go to the 3rd inning. Still no score out at CBP. As we take a look at other scores around Major League Baseball, the Pirates are up 2-1 against the Toronto Blue Jays, and that game is currently in the top of the 6th. That game got started at 11. Actually, it got started at 12 o'clock this afternoon. But yes, the Guardians are also playing the Phillies right now. That's the game that we're doing. Minnesota is up 1-0 against the Boston Red Sox. That game is in the top of the 2nd. Cody Clemens had himself an RBI single, and that's how the Twins got themselves a 1-0 lead. The Rays and the Yankees are scoreless in the bottom of the 2nd. The Cardinals and the Reds are currently in a rain delay. They have not started, and we'll probably hear more about that in a little bit. The Tigers and the Orioles are also in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 2-0 Detroit lead. Framber Valdez, 5 innings, no runs, 1 hit, and 5 strikeouts. He's been on a tear today. The Mets and the Marlins are scoreless. That game is in the top of the 2nd inning. And then we have some games later on this afternoon. The Tigers also play the Orioles tonight at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Time. They're playing a doubleheader today. So they will be on for Game 2 tonight. There was a game that was postponed yesterday, so they're making a day and night doubleheader out of it. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Phillies and Guardians are back on. No score out at the bank. Phillies got shut out in the first game, and they lost 1-0. The Guardians got the lead in the 9th inning, and it was on a Kyle Manzardo pinch hit home run off of Duran. So that gave Duran his second loss of the year. Gavin Williams went 8 innings, allowed 4 hits, no runs, and he struck out 11. Sanchez went 8 innings. He struck out 6 and only gave up 4 hits, no runs, and 2 walks in that game. Okay, so here we go. First pitch is taken for a ball. Next pitch is in there for a strike. And the 1-1 pitch, foul ball. Yesterday, the Phillies shut out the Guardians 3-0. Wheeler got his 4th win of the season. And Slade ended up getting the loss. 1-2 pitch. This is a ground ball hit over toward the left side of the mound. Painter's just going to have to eat it up because Quan is Speedy Gonzalez out there, and he will get on with an infield single. Took a little hop towards the left side of the mound. Painter had to step off the mound just to go charge for that baseball, and then by the time he got it into his glove and looked over at first base, he was like, yep, I'm not even going to get him out. No chance. And here comes Austin Hedges to the plate. Painter gets set at the Phillies' letters. The first pitch is a sweeper that is wide for ball 1. Whoever did subscribe to the channel, thank you so much. One 0. Swing on the miss. Subscribing to the channel, by the way, is free. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 is grounded over to third. Backhanded by Bohm. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw back over to first. And that's a 5-4-3 double play. That helps. You get Quan off the bases. And you keep Hedges off the bases as well. Not saying that he's a threat, but regardless, don't have to deliver from the stretch anymore. And Brian Rocchio is going to be the next man on up to bat for Cleveland. 2 away, top of the third. Here's Rocchio. And the pitch is a little bit high for ball 1, but it's going to be called a strike. Wow. And Cleveland will not challenge. That was not a strike. But we'll take it. 0-1 pitch. And the fastball reaches 98 down the pike for strike 2. Justin from California, a longtime Phillies fan since the days of Schmidt and Harry Callis. And Richie Ashburn calling the games. Absolutely. Shout out to you. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. As soon as he threw the splitter, he was like, yep, you're not going to catch up to that. And Painter started to walk back to the dugout. Wow, he felt that confident on that pitch. And he gets his 3rd chair of the game. Let's go. It's time for us to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Okay, if we actually take a look at the standings today, the Philadelphia Phillies are 9.5 games in back of the Atlanta Braves. For the NL East, Phillies are also half a game above the Nationals, 2.5 games in front of the Marlins, and they are also 4 games in back of the New York Mets as well. The Mets just lost their series to the Miami Marlins, and they're trying not to get swept. We'll see how that works out for them. But regardless, the Phillies are 2nd in the NL East. As far as the AL Central goes, the Guardians lead the division by 3.5 games above the Chicago White Sox. The White Sox are 1.5 games in front of the Minnesota Twins. They're 5 games, the Twins, behind Cleveland. Kansas City is 9 games in back of Cleveland, and Detroit is 10. So Detroit's in last place, chat. Detroit right now is in last place in the AL Central, and they are 12 games under 500. They're on a 7-game losing streak. If you were to tell me that coming on into the season, as of May 24th, that the Detroit Tigers would be in last place. We're not talking about second, third, or even fourth. They would be in last place in the American League Central. You would have said, JJ, you're nuts. JJ, you're crazy. The White Sox are knocking on the door for the division. They're 3.5 games in back of Cleveland. That's also a shocker, too. Insane. Unbelievable. Okay, so let's go to the bottom of the third as Brandon Marsh steps up to the plate, and the pitch is outside for ball one. There's some good combos going on in the chat. 1 ball, no strikes, bottom of the third. Marsh in the box, and the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. One ball, 1 strike. The 1-1, and the cutter misses outside. And low for ball 2. Anybody have any Memorial Day plans for tomorrow? 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch, inside for ball 3. Painting is an artist today. Painting has always been a part of art. But painter today is an artist. I knew what you were trying to say. Autocorrect, you gotta love it. 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, and that is swung on and missed. Italian water ice. Reedus is also good. I disagree. I don't like Reedus. 3-2 pitch, and Marsh is going to get on with a leadoff walk to start off the bottom of the third. And he will be over at first base. PJ says no. No plans for Memorial Day? Okay. It's nice to be able to relax. Bottom of the third. Trey Turner is up to bat now. And Turner stares at strike 1 at the knees. It's a curveball. Nothing and 1 is the count. There's 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Well, we were talking about how the Orioles were getting 1 hit. Gunnar Henderson just hit a home run off of Framber Valdez. The ball is 2 strikes. 0-2. That is outside for a ball. What's up, JJ? Taking a road trip from Oregon down to the Bay Area for a week for the holiday. Awesome. Awesome stuff, Hopi. 1-2 pitch. High bouncer. Hit right in front of the mound. The pitcher, Messick, spins, turns, throws over to first, and Turner is just barely out by a quarter of a step. He's looking back over at the Phillies dugouts. The runner does go on over to second base. Turner's still looking. I don't know if Mattingly's challenging or not. They're showing a replay at this moment in time. I thought Turner had a chance to bust that thing out. We'll see. Maybe this replay will give us a closer glance. I think it was close. I think he beat it. That's pretty close. Phillies are challenging. So we'll see if he is out over at first or not. Seema's here. I haven't seen you on in a while. What's going on, Seema? Never got your email, by the way. I never got your email. Hubby, son, and grandson marching with Cub Scout Den and parade. The service at the graveyard at the end of the parade. That's awesome. That's so cool. Remember, the tiebreaker goes to the base runner. That's pretty close. So we're trying to see if Trey Turner gets on with an infield single or not. Mark Wagner, or actually Jordan Baker is the earpiece in right now, it looks like. That's awesome. Any cool plans in San Fran? Going to a game? I'm having a cookout and having a couple of cold ones. Nice. Very cool. Family coming on over? Pizza will do for me with a cold drink, says Benny. Nice. Cheers. L'chaim. They still have not made a verdict yet. They're taking their time looking at this. Kyle Schwarber is going to come on up to the plate regardless. Robert Williams, thank you so much for the sub. Your piece is still in? I can't believe how long it's taken them to look at this. Okay. So he is confirmed to be out over at first. And Turner has to go back to the dugout. So the Phillies lose their second field challenge attempt. They won their first one. But Turner is out at first. That was a close play. It was a good throw by Parker. He had to throw a strike over to first. And he barely got him by but under a quarter of a step. Here's Kyle Schwarber, and on the very first pitch, Schwarber is going to fly one out over towards the right side. And DeLauder gets under it, waits for it, he'll make the catch. And tagging up from second and heading back to second is Marsh. The throw was off the line. Rocchio was playing over on the infield grass. He caught it. That's the shortstop. And he wouldn't have been able to get Marsh out anyways. So 2 away. Now it's Bryce Harper's turn to come on up to the plate. First pitch to Harper is taken for ball 1. That was inside. And it was a slider at 93 miles per hour. A sinker at 93. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's up high for ball 2. So that makes it now 2 balls and no strikes. Marsh is at second. There's 2 away in the bottom of the third. The 2-0 pitch, and it misses inside for ball 3. Harper did ground into a 3-6 fielder's choice his last time up. The 3-0 delivery, foul ball towards the right side. Of course, Crazy Rob, I got you. We're on for a lot of Phillies games. We do Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles, but we also do a lot of baseball. If you love baseball as much as I do, and if you like my style, do a lot of baseball. We're doing the Sunday night game tonight. That'll be fun. 3-1 pitch. That misses outside, but did he go? They say no, he did not. And Harper gets on with a walk, and he's over at first base just like that. And now it's Alec Boehm's turn to try to produce. Charge! Boehm snapped his hitting streak on Friday. Went up to 11 games. The pitch. That'll be in there for a strike. 0-1 to Boehm. Raining in Kentucky still. We're staying on in. Nice. 0-1. That misses inside and high for a ball. All right, Brad, we can't bring politics into the chat, my dude. I'm not trying to do that. Where are my mods at? If there's politics in the chat, we can't have that. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch, swing on a miss. One, 2. That's in the dirt for ball 2. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. I can't be having politics in my chat. Y'all know the rules. Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate you. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Bohm is down on strikes, and Messick is all fired up that he got Alec Bohm out. And the inning is over. The side is retired. We're going to go to the 4th inning. Still no score out in Philadelphia. All right. Today is May 24th. It is May 24th, chat. And we're going to the 4th inning, which means it is time now for our On This Day in Phillies History segment. Today, by the way, is Kevin Franson's birthday. Shout out to Franson, man. He's a broadcaster now. I think he's still with the Washington Nationals. Can somebody double check that for me? I think he was a broadcaster with the Phillies. He was with they had a crew of Michael Bourne, Kevin Franson, and I believe it was Kevin Stocker. They had like a rotation a couple of years ago on the Phillies radio network. But Franson is with the Nationals. But happy birthday to Kevin Franson. He also played for the Giants, I remember, too. In 1935 on this day, on May 24th of 1935, the first night game in Major League history, the Phillies lose to the Reds at Crosley Field. It was a 2-1 score. The guy that threw out the first pitch, it was, the guy that threw out was President Franklin Roosevelt. I can't read. Threw a symbolic switch at the White House to turn on the lights that day. I don't know what the symbolic switch was. Wish that they would specify that. But that happened on this day. In 1952, Pee Wee Reese for the Dodgers set a National League record when he drew a walk from Phillies pitcher Russ Meyer in the 5th inning, marking the 9th straight game in which Reese earned a base on balls at the time. In 1999 on this day, the Phillies were hosting the Expos, and the Phillies had Joel Bennett on the bump. Behind the dish, it was Gary Bennett catching. And that was the first time the team has starting battery with the same last name, which is really cool. Here we go. Here's the first pitch, and that'll be in there for a called strike. Also in 2009, Mariano Rivera threw a scoreless 19th inning against the Phillies out at Yankee Stadium. It's his last appearance against the Phillies, as he's the last player allowed to wear number 42 from that point on. No individual player wore number 42 would then play in a Phillies game. The pitch is grounded over towards Painter's way. The throw over to first. They called him out at first base. Bazana, it looked like he beat it out. And the Guardians are going to challenge this. Stu Sherwater made the call over at first. And so that should be overturned. And that should be an infield single. One out, top of the 4th. So the challenge is overturned. And that will be an infield single. So Bazana gets on for the second time today. And here comes Jose Ramirez. Ramirez takes the first pitch, and it's a little bit down for ball 1. Pat Ryan with a sub. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very, very much. Toss back over to first, and Bazana dives back in there safely, head first. Oh, my bad. Did I take it out of context? I apologize. I just saw insulting stuff, and I didn't like that. But if I took it out of context, I apologize, Larry. 1-0 pitch. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards center field. Marsh doesn't get under it and waits for it and will make the catch. My mistake. I got eyes everywhere. Two outs, top of the fourth. Painter's pitch count, by the way, is at 29 pitches. Jack with a 2. Harper worsted stretching for the throw. The pitch, and that's outside for a ball. I know you've been criticizing him about his arms, about his arm strength. 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the fourth, 2 outs. And I hear you. I remember you brought that up a couple of days, last week. 1 ball, no strikes. Oh, that's stretching for the throw. Stretching over at first base when he gets the throw. I hear you. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, my mind's a little bit all over the place. Appreciate you, Jack. Appreciate you very, very much. 1 ball, no strikes, and the 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. Shout out to Jack. We got 274 people tuning on into the chat. Two and 0 is the count, and the 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. We got 82 likes so far. 305 of you are watching. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button if you have not done so already. It really does help out the channel. It's a really good way to get more Phillies fans and more baseball fans on here. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch from Painter, and that catches the outside edge for strike 2. If we could get up to 200, I'd be very, very happy with that. But we need 11 more to get to our first triple digits. The 2-2 delivery, and that's down and away for ball 3. Chase is a left-handed hitter. He's 24 years old. This is his rookie season. He's had a really good rookie season so far. 3-2 pitch. Bouncer hit over to first. Harper tags first for 1. Throws it over to second. There's the arm strength. And he ends up getting a 3-6 double play as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Okay, so the Phillies are going to come on up to the plate. Harper makes a very good play there. And just threw a strike over to second. And Turner was able to swipe out Bazana on a perfect throw. That was a perfect throw by Bryce, I gotta say. Good for him. It's a 3-6 double play. That was nice. There we go. 2 more likes. Let's go. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button. 3 hits for the Guardians, just 2 for Philadelphia. By the way, the Minnesota Twins just took a 3-1 lead. Yoshida tied it up in the bottom of the 2nd on 1 swing of the bat. It went 393 feet. And then in the top of the 3rd, Trevor Larnach and Victor Caratini each produced a run. Larnach had an RBI single. Caratini actually grounded into a double play, didn't get the RBI. I don't know if you guys know this, but technically speaking, if you ground into a double play and a run scores, the batter does not get the run batted in. He does not get the RBI, technically from a scoring perspective. I don't know if you guys realize that, but that's just a baseball technicality. But yeah. Oh, boy. Jack, once again, thank you so much. A 100 likes. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Thank you very, very much. Happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Good to see everybody on here. Here comes JT. Grounded out to 3rd his first time up. And he will face Parker Messick for the second time today. Drop the hundos in the chats. Drop those 100 emojis. Let's go. First pitch to JT. That's in there for strike one. Once again, special shout out to RB and to Mike for filling on in for us. The ball is one strike to JT. And the 0-1 pitch, and that is inside for a ball. Especially to Mike because, you know, he was going to do the basketball game last night. I'm shocked that he stayed on with all the rain. So I told him, listen, man, if you got to do like what you got to do, like, don't worry about it. And he was like, nope, I got you. He's awesome. Big shout out to Mike. That was not easy. 1 ball, 1 strike to JT, and the 1-1 swing and a miss. Was a change up, and JT swings over top of it, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and there's out number 1. In the bottom of the 4th, Messick gets his 4th strikeout of the game, and JT goes down swinging on strikes for 1 out. Here comes Stott, and on the first pitch, he's going to fly one out over towards right center field. Quan gets underneath the baseball and waits for it and makes the grab for the 2nd out. Chat, we're going to play a game. We are going to play a game. Get your keyboards ready. Get your brains ready. Lock on in when we go to the 5th inning. Get it ready. Memorial Day plans. I plan on keeping this corner of the couch warm, says Larry. Pitch, taken for a ball. That's good. That's good. Those are my plans, too. 1-0 pitch to Garcia, and he rips one out over to left field. That'll get down for a base hit and go all the way towards the Wawa sign out in left field. And Garcia gets on with a double. He's over at second base. That's the first extra base hit in this ball game. And so he's over at second base. And now it's Edmundo Sosa's turn to come on up to the plate. Can the Phillies drive in Garcia? Get your keyboards ready. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Charge! First pitch to Sosa. That misses way outside for ball 1. Garcia's 7th double of the season. Everybody have their keyboards ready for this game that we're about to play. One ball, no strikes to Edmundo Sosa. The 1-0 pitch, ground ball, hit over towards the third base side, and it's played on the hop. The throw on over to first is in time. And there is out number 3. No runs, just a 2-out double by Adolis Garcia. And we're going to go to the 5th inning. Okay. Here we go. All right. Let's play a game. This will be a lot of fun. I'm actually really excited about this. So, JJ, where have you been? What's going on? How's life? Where'd you go? What'd you do? And that's what we're going to figure out right now. That's exactly what we're going to figure out right now. So give me 1 second as I get this ready. Where are we? How do I do this? Application. Do I do window capture? Is that what it is? Display capture. No, it is window capture. Okay. Good. Good stuff. And we can put this up over here, right? How do I start the slideshow? I'm figuring out my technical stuff. There we go. Okay. I don't know why it pops up like this, but hold up 1 second. I may have just spoiled it. Screw it. Okay. I should have done it like this. Oh, no, I didn't spoil it because we're on this screen. Okay. I'm smarter than I thought. All right. Where do we go? Let's see. Where did we go? Here's one picture that we took from the trip. Anybody guess where this picture was taken? From just this picture right here. Let me know. Where do you think this picture was taken? Hoskins is up, and the first pitch is taken outside for ball 1. I'll play you another one. Where are we? Here's another one of me. Not Boston. Let's see if this helps. Anybody know who this is? Anybody know who this is? 1 ball, 2 strikes, by the way, as we're in the top of the 5th. Let me know where you think that picture is that we just took right there. Chicago! That's right. David got it. We went to Chicago. We did. And of course, as we went to Chicago, we had to go to Wrigley Field. My dad surprised me. I told him not to tell me. I actually didn't even find out until we literally stepped foot onto the plane. I wasn't looking at any of the signs. I didn't want to know. I wanted to be fully surprised. I wanted to be fully surprised. And so that's where we ended up going. Harry Carey, that's right. I had to put a hat on Harry Carey. What are you talking about? I had to do that. I had to make sure that I did that for my chat. Absolutely, I did. But anyhow, that is where I ended up going. Shout out to the dad for surprising me, and for planning this for planning this months and months ago. I had a blast. I really did. I had so much fun. It was really, really awesome. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch from Painter is swung on and missed, and there's another strikeout in the top of the 5th inning. Okay, there we go. And now we are, I want to make sure that I save this. Good, we're back. The pitch, that's going to be in there for a called strike. That was my first time ever being in Chicago. The SNL Harry Carey skit was phenomenal. Yeah, that was Will Smith. That was Will Ferrell's audition. 0-1. And that swung on and missed for strike 2. But yeah, we'll talk more about it. I wanted to wait till a lot of people were here so that way I could talk about it. I've been looking at people in the comment section. JJ, where'd you go? I didn't want to answer anybody. The ball is 2 strikes. The pitch, and that is outside for a ball. One and 2 is the count. It was actually really nice in Chicago. The weather was really good, I gotta say. 1-2 pitch, and that's down for ball 2. When we went to the stadium, it was really nice. The weather worked out really well. Didn't even have to wear, I actually took off my sweater. It was great. It was really awesome. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. Check swing, did he go? And he did not. Anybody else been to Chicago? JJ putting the hat on Harry Carey is political. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch. That's outside for ball 4. And there's 1 out and a runner over at first in the top of the 5th inning. So that was Schneemann who just got on base. And David Fry is up next. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It really was. It was a really, really nice trip. We did some awesome things. I took notes. as I usually do because I'm bad at forgetting. I'm bad at remembering certain places. But yeah, we went to, as the pitch is taken down for a ball, we did some cool things. We'll talk more about it when we go to the bottom of the fifth. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch to Fry, and this is grounded past the dive of Turner out to left field for a base hit. Sosa gets over to it. Sort of misplayed it for a second, but it didn't get too far away from him. There's 2 runners on. So Schneemann is over at second. Fry is over at first. And Stephen Kwan is going to be coming on up to the plate. So what was the spoiler? How did you figure it out? Which picture did you figure out? I mean, we had more pictures, but I wanted to just show those 4. I thought that was enough. Which picture were you like, yup, you went to Chicago? The pitch is taken down for a ball. Was it the Harry Carey statue? One ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. And that is outside for ball 2. Jonathan, they call it the Windy City for a reason, my friend. You learn about that when you're there. The third one, I saw people wearing Cubs jerseys. The third one? Yeah, that's Harry Carey's statue. Did you notice Chicago has revolving doors because it depressurizes the doorway vestibule? Regular doors will blow wide open and all that wind. I figured that that's why they had those. I figured that that was why. I just never really sort of like put 2 and 2 fully together, if that makes sense. 2 balls, 1 strike. Painter kicks, deals, and the pitch is down for ball 3. I went to the International Martian Trade Show 2024. I think that city is. You think you don't like it? 3-1 pitch. Net's in there for strike 2. Do you like Philly better, Travis? Three-two pitch. Fly ball hit out over to left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Sosa almost slipped there, and the throw over to the plate is going to be not in time, and Cleveland is going to take the lead. So it was a base hit out to left field. Kwan drives in a run. Schneemann scores. Fry goes on over to second, and Cleveland is able to strike first in the top of the 5th inning. Looks like that he got a hanging pitch out over in his wheelhouse and just was able to hit it the opposite way, kept his head down, followed through on the swing, and he is over at first base. 1-0 Guardians. Painter was pitching well in the first 4 innings, and in the 5th, he's allowed a run. And he still has traffic on the bases. The pitch, and that is inside for ball 1. Chicago's bigger than I thought it was. I mean, I was really happy that I went because I've always wanted to go. I've always wanted to see it. But it was a lot bigger than I thought. Now I understand why they have 2 baseball teams. 1-0 pitch. Net's in there for a strike. Obviously, the big talk now is whether or not they're going to move Soldier Field to Indiana or if it's going to be kept in Chicago or, you know, where the Bears are going to play. 1-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards right center field. Marsh gets called off by Garcia, and he will make the catch for the second out. But yeah, we had such a great time. It's so much fun. I'll tell them about a lot of the stuff that we did, but I'll do it during the break. So the biggest rat of my life in Chicago on the highway, it was sitting in the median waiting for traffic to go by. It was huge. It was bigger than a dog. Like a puppy? Like how are, when you say a dog, I assume that you mean like a small dog, like a mutt or, I don't know, like a Rottweiler or something that's like not like a big dog. 2 balls, no strikes. We did pass by a soldier, yeah. On our way back to the airport, yeah. 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch, and this is going to be flied out over towards center. Marsh gets under it, and he will make the grab for out number 3. We didn't stop in and visit, but yes. All right, so the inning is done, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. It's a 1-0 lead. Stephen Kwan just gave Cleveland the lead. So we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 1-0 Cleveland. So yeah, it was really cool. I really had a nice experience. It was nice to be able to get out, and just be able to explore the whole area. We did go to Harry Carey's. We went to the Riverwalk. We also went to the Navy Pier, which was really awesome. I thought it was really cool. For pizza, somebody asked me if we got a Chicago-style pizza. Yes, we went to Pequod's Pizza. And I highly recommend it. It was really good. The only thing is that at Pequod's Pizza, it was really crowded, and they told us, the Uber driver or the Lyft driver said that, be prepared to wait like 45 minutes for the pizza to come on out. So like you get into the restaurant, you make the reservations, and then you wait for this pizza, and we waited about an hour just to get this pizza. It was like that. It was pretty good. It was really good. It's like a deep pizza. And I enjoyed it. I did. We went to Wrigley. We also went to the Museum of Ice Cream, which was really cool too. They had some really cool flavors there. They had some weird flavors there. But that was nice. It was more of like a thing to do. Like if you have a family, if you have like kids, like it's a really nice thing to do. But if, for adults, it actually, I thought was pretty good. I liked the pink vanilla ice cream flavor that they had. They also had ice cream in the style of a hot dog, which looked really odd. My mom didn't like it. But I didn't try that because there was a lot of different ice creams to try as you were on this tour. But it was very unique. We also went to Starbucks, but not the Starbucks you're thinking of. We went to the Starbucks, they call it the Starbucks Reserve Roastery. And they have 4 different floors. And just to get in there, it took a little bit of time, but there was a line outside just to get into this building. And it had 4 different floors. One of them was for pastries. One of them was for cocktails. One of them was for coffee. And one of them was for other food. But it was cool. It was really, really nice. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over to left field. That's caught, and there's out number 1. I got a tiramisu latte out at that Starbucks Reserve Roastery, and I actually thought it was really good. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Turner is up to bat. Turner in the box, and the pitch. And that is taken up high for a ball. And then, of course, how could we forget? We went to the tallest building in America. And that's where I got my picture. I said the tallest building in America. Yeah, we went to the tallest building in Chicago. It's not the tallest in America, sorry. We went to the Wills Tower. That's really what I meant to say. That's where I got my picture of me doing a jumping jack. It was literally on the ledge of the tower. And the tower itself I thought was awesome. 1 ball, 1 strike to Trey Turner. And the 1-1 pitch. And that's a foul ball. Of course, I got a hot dog at the game. Hot dogs were like $14. I didn't really do the greatest job eating it. My silly, you know what? Even forgot to get napkins. Oh, man. But what an experience. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. And the 1-2. That's down for ball 2. You still can't get behind their pizza? Oh, I thought it was really good. Two balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Trey Turner is down on strikes. He went after a changeup thrown by Parker. That was the 5th strikeout of the ball game. So once again, thank you, Dad. I had a blast. My mom, my dad, and I went. And it was really cool to just be able to explore, go out, try new things. You know? The pitch. And that is up high for a ball. Can't go wrong with the tiramisu. Dude, the tiramisu coffee there at that Starbucks Reserve Roastery. It's like one of the only Starbucks Reserve Roasteries in the U.S. It was really, really good. I think that they said they had one in New York. Correct me if I'm wrong, parents. 2-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike to Kyle Schwarber. Two balls, 1 strike, and the pitch to Schwarber, swing and a miss. It's a 4-seamer at 94. The people there were really nice, too. Two balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Kyle. That's low for ball 3. Three-two pitch, and Schwarber fouls it off the mask of Mark Wagner. Count is 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes, bottom of the 5th. 1-0 Cleveland. Schwarber in the box, and the 3-2, and that is a foul ball. But yeah, we had a really nice time, Chad. It was nice to just be able to get away, explore. You know, like, there's a lot of places to go to in America. Like, there really are. 3-2 pitch to Kyle. Line drive, base hit down the right field line. That's a fair ball, and that's going to be tucked all the way into the corner. Schwarber gets on with a standing double. He's over at second base. And here comes Bryce Harper to the plate. Let's go. Charge! So he's 2 for 3. I was totally surprised. I did not want to know where we were going. And I kid you not, when the flight attendant said it, that's when I found out, because I wanted it to be that way. People were like, you know, you should look it up. And I'm like, no, I want to be surprised. I like surprises when it comes to that type of stuff. Gary singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game was epic. The balls, 1 strike. That's to Bryce Harper. Messick gets set at the belt. And the 0-1 pitch. And that is in there for strike 2. Harper's had the highest OPS in the National League since April 1st, excuse me. 0-2. It's down. And then for ball 1. The other Starbucks reserves are in New York City and Seattle in the USA. Thanks. International, there are another 3. There's 1 in Milan, and I think that there are 2 in Asia. Thanks. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bryce Harper. The 1-2 pitch is down and away for ball 2. Guardians took a 1-0 lead in the top of the 5th on an RBI opposite field single by Stephen Kwan. It would score Daniel Schneemann, and Painter gave it up. Schwarber's at second. 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, bottom of the 5th. And the 2-2 to Harper. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and Harper goes after the high cheese fastball, and the inning is over. Harper down on strikes for the first time today. Couldn't come up with anything there, and we're going to go to the 6th inning. It's a 1-0 lead for Cleveland. Boy, oh boy. Okay. So right now, chat, here are the stats. Let me make sure that I pull everything on up so that way you guys can see. 1 second. Where are we? There we are. Okay. So here are the stats so far for this game. So hopefully you guys can see the box scores right now. Painter today, 5 innings, 5 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts on 63 total pitches. I don't know how much longer he's going to last. I assume that they're going to have him go out there for 1 more inning, even though the top of the order is due up. And usually a lot of times the third time that the lineup faces Andrew Painter, their numbers get a little bit higher. They have more success against him. But yeah. Welcome home, JJ. Hope you had a memorial experience and it was great. Sorry if I don't like when you go away. I'm projecting my own problems. You deserve all the happiness, bro. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. It was great. It was a lot of fun. We had a blast. I would go back. I really would. I would like to go back there. I think it would be cool. I don't have any regrets. All right, so Turner's 0 for 3. Schwarber is 2 for 3. Got on with a single and a double. Harper's 0 for 2. He did walk in the 3rd. The other guy that got a hit for the Phillies is Bryson Stott. He singled out to left. And Garcia doubled out over to left field. And those are your stats so far for the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, so here we are in the top of the 6th inning. Painter is back out there. He fires a strike to get ahead in the count. And then Bazana takes a ball that misses downstairs. And the count is 1-1. JJ, you were in Chicago. Hope you enjoyed the city, man. Thank you. We had a great time. It was really awesome. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center. Marsh gets over there, makes the catch in the alleyway. And there's out to number 1. That Sonic says that Starbucks website says reserve locations are Chicago, New York, Shanghai, Milan, and Tokyo. But oddly, they don't mention Seattle. It's weird. That's interesting. 1 ball, no strikes. Not saying that you're wrong, Dad. 1-0 pitch to Ramirez, and he's going to fly this one out over towards center. Marsh backs up, waits for it, makes the grab, and there's out number 2 in the top of the 6th inning. So Ramirez flies out to center for the 2nd time today. And 2 up, 2 down for Chase Stillouter. Chase stares at the strike. The fastball's at the knees at 97. Painter has done a really good job today. I'm actually really happy that he's doing well. Pitch is down low for a ball. So it's 1-1. You have a tattoo. This is no regrets. 1-1 pitch. That is outside for ball 2. 5 groundouts, 8 flyouts, and 3 strikeouts. As far as the out distribution goes today for Andrew Painter. 2-1 pitch. That is outside and high for ball 3. Three-two pitch, and that is up high and outside for ball 4. And so a 2-out walk issued by Painter. He's over at first. Here comes Rhys Hoskins to the plate. He's just hitting a .183 so far this year. 4 homers. He's looking to try to add on to Cleveland's lead. First pitch to Rhys, foul ball. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1, fouled away. We never score before the 6th inning. We got the Rangers-Angels game tonight. That game will be at 7:20. Hop on back if you want to hear more about the trip. Talk more about it. 0-2. It's down for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 pitch. Grounded down the third base line. It's a fair ball. That's going to go all the way towards the corner. Sosa gets over to it. And heading on over to third and now rounding third and scoring is going to be DeLauder. And the throw over to third is just in time to get Hoskins. And the inning is over. But Rhys does get an RBI double. They did send DeLauder to home. The throw there was not in time. JT then threw it back over to third and got Hoskins out. And that's how the inning ends. It's an RBI double by Rhys Hoskins. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 2-0 Cleveland. Out at third. Man. Messick with 6 strikeouts in 5 innings. I'm telling you, he's been doing really well for them this season. Folks, if you are new to my channel, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Appreciate you guys for being on here. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. Time is at 3:02 p.m. Eastern Time. Yes, it is. All right. Let's turn this off. Cheers. Nick Allen just hit his first homer since April 25th of 2024. He's on the Astros now. By the way, it was really cool to see Yordan Alvarez in person. Alvarez, in case you didn't know, is actually my favorite hitter in all of baseball. Yordan Alvarez, he's my favorite hitter. That was really cool. I was so bummed, though, chat, because when Pete Crow Armstrong homered, I was getting my hot dog. So I missed PCA's home run. I was bummed out about that. Bohm is up in the pitch. That's going to be in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike to Alec Bohm. Bottom of the 6th. In the pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. 0-2 now is the count. The 0-2 to Bohm. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. The Louder shies towards his left. Stops on a dime. Waits for it and makes the grab for out number 1. You be getting those Blue Chew ads. So weird. It's because on WIP, they have those Blue Chew reads that they do on WIP. So YouTube probably takes notes about that. I don't even know why they have the sponsorship there. It's crazy to me. I can talk freely about that. But it's crazy. That's why you're getting those Blue Chew ads. I would assume because they talk about it on WIP, and WIP covers Philly sports. The pitch is popped up out over towards the first base side in foul territory. Hoskins gets under it, makes the grab, and there's the second out. That's just my theory, though. Two outs, bottom of the 6th. Stott comes on up in the pitch. And that's in there for a strike. The ball is 1 strike. Here's the 0-1. That misses just a bit down for a ball. Next pitch. That's in there for strike 2. The 1-2 pitch. That misses down for ball 2. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Those Blue Chew ads that they do on WIP. 2-2 pitch. Line drive. Base hit over to left field. That's the 3rd straight inning where a Phillies batter has gotten on with a 2-out hit. And so, Stott gets on with an opposite field single. And he is over at first base right now in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now it's Adolis Garcia who's going to come on up to the plate. And that is going to do it for Parker Messick. His night is done. And so, it'll be Vogt who goes on out there. We're going to have a pitching change here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We got 349 people rocking with us. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate you guys. I actually didn't update that we have the 3D up in our title. I apologize about that. I'm new, says Star Wars Ladybug. Hi, JJ. You've been on here for a while. I know those Blue Chew ads. I see them here on YouTube. Blue Chew's no fun when you're single. We're going to go down this rabbit hole. Oh, gosh. Jeez Louise. The Cardinals and Reds game, by the way, did get postponed. I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. Orioles are now down 3-2. They're in the bottom of the ninth. They will also play their second game of their day-night doubleheader at 6:05. We won't be covering that game. The game that we will be covering, though, is the Sunday night baseball game at 7:20 p.m. Eastern Time. And that is the Rangers and the Angels. If you guys want to talk to me more, if you want to come on and chill, and if you just want to hang out with me, that's what Sunday Night Baseball is pretty much for. We're also just trying to get more baseball fans on here, and I think that we're starting to do a good job at that because this is a baseball community, as we, of course, love our Philadelphia Phillies. Of course. Here comes Adolis Garcia. The first pitch is in there for a called strike. And this is going to be challenged. I think Garcia said that it was a ball. And that was a strike. Phillies are down to one challenge, one ABS challenge left. Phillies trailed 2-zip. Colin Holderman's pitching. So Messick, his night is done. Holderman's still in the league. Can't believe it. 0-1 pitch. That misses down for a ball. Colin Holderman's now 30 years old. Played with the Pirates for a really long time. And by a long time, I mean 3 seasons. Oh, man. 1-1 pitch. That is outside for ball 2. Two balls, one strike to Adolis Garcia. The 2-1 pitch catches the outside edge for strike 2. This year, so far, Holderman's ERA is at a 1.5 in 13 games. He also has a .72 whip, 21 strikeouts in 18 innings. It's been his best season so far as a reliever. 2-2. That's outside for ball 3. Best water ice in Philly region is Annie's in Doylestown. Tell you, I could go for some good ice cream. 3-2 pitch. That's a little bit low, and Garcia takes ball 4. Surprised he didn't go after it, but he's over at first base. And here comes Edmundo Sosa to the plate for Philadelphia. Scratch that. Justin Crawford's going to pinch hit. So Edmundo Sosa is done. And Mattingly is going to go to his bench and put in Crawford to face Holderman. And a timeout is taken by Hedges. Let's go, baby! Hit that thumbs up button. What's up, Walker? How you doing? What's up, Morty? Good to see you guys. Jorge is here. What's up, Jorge? How you doing, man? Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons. Watch us crash and burn. Says Hardcore. The pitch is in there for a strike at 97 miles per hour. Come on, let's go. I'm tired. I need to wake up. I need some positivity in my life. Let's go. The ball is 1 strike to Justin Crawford. The 0-1 foul ball. That one goes out of play. I'm new, JJ. Seen you on here for a while. Let's go get the series W. That's what matters. Oh, balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 to Crawford. High and away for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes to Crawford. The 1-2 pitch. It's grounded over to short. And here's the throw over to first. It's dug out, and the inning is over. Dug out by Hoskins, that is. We're going to go to the top of the 7th. Phillies are down 2-0 to the Cleveland Guardians. David Fry will lead it off, and then it'll be Stephen Kwan and Austin Hedges to follow. Too bad. That was a golden opportunity. But it is what it is. Folks, if you are new to my channel, hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well. Let's get to 200 likes. Let's go. Let's get to the 200 marker. All right, so let's go, baby. I told you so, says Hardcore. Hey, man. You were right. I don't know what else to say, but you were right. Let's go. Now, we're not getting into this conversation about water. No, we're not getting into that. Heck no. I'm not doing it again. I did it 2 weeks ago. I did it 4 weeks ago. I'm not doing it again. Hit that thumbs up button, though, and subscribe to the channel. I can't win with these combos. No. No. Oh, boy. I love you guys, man. I missed you. Did you guys miss me? I missed you guys very, very much. Turner today 0 for in this game. Andrew Painter, those 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He's pitched pretty well. 2 walks allowed as well, 3 strikeouts. Hit that subscribe button as well. Hopefully you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. Let's go, baby. Subscribing to the channel is free. Jack with a 5. Thank you so much, my friend. Been saying it even when he was hitting better, but unless he starts choking up and cutting down on his swing, he will be Rojas without the glove, says Jack. I think he'll turn it around, man. I think that all rookies hit a wall, and I think that he's just going through something right now, you know? So I'm not saying that you're pressing the panic button on him, but I think that he has to figure some things out, but I also think that you got to get experience playing, and teams figure out better ways to pitch around you, or to pitch to you, you know? The ball is 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Ground ball hit over to third. Bohm plays it on the ground, throws it over to first, and Harper has to jump up for it, and the runner is safe. Another bad defensive play by Bohm over at third. And so it's an E5. And that's how Schneemann gets on. 81 pitches for Andrew Painter. Top of the 7th. Nobody out. A runner over at first. Caleb Cotham is going to go talk to his pitcher, Andrew Painter, right now. And we got a runner on over at first. Let's turn the fan on a little bit higher. Where is the remote? There it is. That's better. We got 159 likes. Keep those thumbs ups coming. Let's go. Tim Meza is now warming up in the Phillies bullpen. David Fry is up to bat. The first pitch to Fry. That'll be a slider that is in there for a called strike and at the top tier of the zone. No balls, 1 strike. Whoever did subscribe to the channel, thank you so much. Appreciate you. 0-1 pitch, popped up and skied right behind second base. Stott was on the outfield grass. Now he comes running on in right behind second, and he will make the catch over on the dirt about maybe a foot or so, less than a foot behind second base. And Stephen Kwan, who has driven in his 12th run of the season and has gotten on with 2 singles today, is looking for his 3rd today against the lefty. JT is going to go out there on the bump, and Don Mattingly is actually going to make a move. So Painter, his afternoon is done. He pitched really well today. He went 6 1/3, only gave up just a couple of hits. Well, really, he gave up 6, but he just gave up a couple of runs, I should say, and 2 walks, and he struck out 3. He's been pitching better. Still not the swing and miss stuff that we would like to see, but still doing better. But the Phillies will try to get out of the 7th inning, but Tim Mesa is going to come on in first. They're going to bring in the lefty to face Stephen Kwan. Anyhow. Good, JJ. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well, man. I am. I'm doing very, very well. Oh, boy. Anybody else have really cool plans for tomorrow, for Memorial Day? I think we're going over to my cousin's tomorrow, so that'll be cool. And then, of course, be back in time for tomorrow night. Phillies fly out to San Diego after this game is done, and then they play. It would be an afternoon game in San Diego tomorrow, which is 6:40 our time. And then they play a night game on Tuesday, which is 9:40 our time. And then they play on Wednesday to wrap up that series out at Petco Park. And that game is at 4:10 our time. Here is Stephen Kwan up to the plate. The pitch. And that's going to be in there for a called strike. Tim Mesa on the bump. Mesa, the last time that he pitched, it was on Wednesday the 20th. He allowed 2 earned runs and 1 1/3 of an inning. And also gave up 3 hits as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. And that is outside for ball 2. Thanks, Fuqua. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you very, very much. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the 2-1 pitch, line drive, and there's the third base hit of the day for Stephen Kwan. The throw on over to third is cut off. The throw back over to second, and now Kwan's going to get caught into a rundown, but the throw back to third by Stott is in time. The throw over to second to get Kwan. That is not in time. So they got the runner out over at third. It's an RBI single by Stephen Kwan. He advances over to second, and then they get the runner out over at third. So Kwan gets the single, and he gets on for the third time today. Garcia threw it over to Turner, who cut it off, and then they got Kwan in a rundown. Stott made a really good heads-up play and threw it back over to third because the runner at third, Schneemann, was trying to make a distraction there, but he was way off the bag, and Stott threw it back to Bohm's way, and they got the second out there. So that is a 9-6-4-5 single and an out. That's 9-6-5 recorded on the out there. One ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. That is down for ball 2. The Orioles came back. Wow. They came back. Wow. They were getting one hit by Fromber. 2-0 pitch. Check swing. Foul ball by Austin Hedges. Andrew Painter went 6 1/3 today. Just allowed 2 earned runs on 6 hits, and he looked pretty good. Besides the 2 runs that he allowed, the 1 in the 5th and the 1 in the 6th, he did an excellent job. The 2-1 delivery. There's a chopper hit back over to Mesa's way, and Mesa is going to run on over to first and toss it over to Harper's way, and Harper catches it for out number 3. So Hedges grounds out, and the inning is over. We're going to go to the bottom of the 2nd. The bottom of the 7th, that is. Excuse me. And the Phillies are down 2-0. All right, I'm going to ask you a Phillies trivia question. If you get it right, you'll hear this. If you get it wrong, you'll hear this. So I was in Chicago. We figured that out. We talked about that. So, of course, I have to come up with a Phillies question that's related to the trip that I took. I want to know, who was the last Phillies player to throw a complete game shutout at Wrigley? The last Phillies player. The most recent Phillies player to throw a complete game shutout at Wrigley was who? Let me know. The last Phillies player to throw a complete game shutout in Chicago was who? Wheeler. Was it Cole Hamels? The answer to that is yes. Cole Hamels. Cole Hamels throwing the no-hitter on July 25th of 2015 was the last guy to throw a shutout in Chicago. So good job, Justin. Good job. Struck out 13 batters, I believe. That was his last start as a Philly. It was. That is also correct. Odubel Herrera made that insane catch out in center field to keep the no-hitter intact. Let's go. So good stuff. Thank you so much for the subs, my friends. It's really good to see all the subs. I really appreciate you guys. Keep hitting that thumbs up button and keep subscribing to the channel. Let's go. That's crazy. Yep. It is crazy. Time flies. I was a 17-year-old kid. Wasn't a kid anymore. Was I 17? Yeah. That was the summer of heading on into my senior year of high school. Man. Unbelievable. I think the answer is Schmidt. Nice try. Tim Herron is now going to pitch for the Cleveland Guardians. We'll see if the Phillies can get a hold of him. This guy has been around since 2023 for Cleveland. He had a very good 2024, but in 2026, he's had a bounce-back year. 2025, not so good for him, but so far, so good this year. And he'll face Brandon Marsh. And on the first pitch, there's strike one on the upper tier of the zone. No balls, one strike. Phillies down 2-0 to the Guardians. 0-1 to Marsh. Fly ball hit out over towards right center field. That's going to go back over towards the track, and DeLauder can't make the catch. It's going to bounce off the track. Marsh round in second. He's going to third. The throw by Rocchio, not in time. That just got on by Kwan out in center field. Kwan just could not get there to catch it. DeLauder tried to back him up, and he wasn't able to get there either. Just a bit out of reach for Stephen Kwan. And here comes Trey. Pitch number one to Turner. That is in the dirt for ball one. Let's go. Charge! Brandon Marsh gets a triple. They're playing Trey to pull. The first base line is crystal clear. The 1-0 pitch to Turner. That's going to bounce away from the catcher, but not too far away for Marsh to come home. He made the right decision to stay. It was a ball. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Turner. And he's looking to try to get on. Boy, it was that close to get on by him. Marsh took a wide lead over at third. And he's still 90 feet away. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. That was a fastball at 94 miles per hour. Two balls, one strike. The 2-1 delivery. Down for ball three. Three and one to Turner. Herron gets set, kicks, fires, swing and a miss. That pitch was a slider that just kept running down and in. It was a nasty pitch. It spelled junk all over it. And Turner went fishing. See what he throws him here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the 3-2. Inside for ball 4. Did not swing at the four-seamer, and here comes Kyle Schwarber to the plates. Let's go, Kyle. A triple by Marsh and a walk by Turner. And what do you do against Kyle? Timeout called on the bump. Drop those Schwarber emotes, let's go! Oh boy, Kyle Schwarber is due on up at the plate for the Philadelphia Phillies. Schwarber hasn't homered in 9 days. His last homer was in Pittsburgh. And ever since then, he is 1 for his last 17 coming on into today. Here is Schwarber at the plate. Herron versus Schwarber. First pitch, down for a ball. Turner is going to head on over to second base as the ball got in front of the catcher. And Marsh wouldn't have been able to score, but that gets rid of the double play. And now a base hit can tie this game up. And we'll see if they decide to walk Schwarber here or not. They won't. Maybe it's an unintentional, intentional walk. Let's see. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch. Bouncing ball foul towards the first base side. And the count is now 1-1. Charge! Phillies today are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. The Guardians are 1 for 4. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 1-2. BW, congratulations on the comeback victory. And also, I know I texted you, but I said happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, my friend. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the 1-2. And the breaking ball is in the dirt for ball 2. And outside as well. Two balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. Nobody out. Bottom of the 7th. The 2-2 on the way to Schwarber. Swing and a miss. And here is the throw over to first base. It's in plenty of time. And Schwarber goes down swinging. And Herron gets his first strikeout. And Bryce Harper is up next. With runners at second and third. I am curious to see if they will intentionally walk Bryce just to try to see if they can get Bohm to ground into a double play. Brandon Marsh, by the way, is now batting .289 against left-handed pitching. Here's Harper, first pitch, fly ball, hit out over to right center field. Kwan goes back, he'll have plenty of room to make the catch, and Marsh tags up from third, comes on home, and the Phillies are on the board. A sacrifice fly for Harper. Turner heads over to third as he tags up from second base as well, and the Phillies are down by a run. He drilled that thing out to center. I thought maybe that was going to be possibly a double. So it's a big-time sac fly. And here's Bohm. And we have another move coming on up from Stephen Vogt. He'll pull the plug, and Hunter Gaddis will step on in. Go. Cheers, L'chaim. Big time stuff. Folks, if you are new to my channel, once again, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. We go on for Phillies baseball, Sixers basketball, Eagles football, and we also do other Major League Baseball games as well. People say, JJ, I didn't know you do the Eagles when it comes to football season. Hey, JJ, I didn't know that you do the Sixers. Didn't know that you do other baseball games. I do. Everybody thinks I just do Phillies. No, that's not correct. I do those other teams as well. But, man, do we love our Philly freaks. Shout out to each and every one of them. I need to see those Phillies emojis from my freaks. Just the spirit in the chat. Let's go. Yes. You guys are all my most valuable players. You are. You're my most valuable people. We're a family. And it's beautiful. Let's go. Why walk a struggling hitter? Well, I don't know. Because Kyle Schwarber can turn it on. I don't know. I have no clue. Last week, he was turning it on, and he was playing really well. But you also have to understand, too, Jack. Guess who hasn't been here for 3 days? Me. Hunter Gaddis is up. Just kidding. Just totally kidding. Al Bohm is up at the plate. The first pitch, swing and a miss. How many of you would have actually intentionally walked Kyle Schwarber there? Just out of curiosity. There we go. The ball is one strike. To Bohm. The pitch. It's down and away for a ball. Funny, he was batting as a catcher. That happens a lot. And then look at the catcher. Yep. The 1-1 pitch to Bohm. Upstairs for ball 2. This is Hunter Gaddis pitching. Gaddis has had a lot of success with the Cleveland Guardians over the years out of the bullpen. He's now 28 years old. The 2-1 offering. And there is strike 2. Bohm is going to challenge. Oh, no. That was a strike. It was at the knees. ABS confirms that that is a strike, and the Phillies are out of ABS challenges, so they can't challenge anything unless the game goes to extras. Gaddis' ERA this year is a 5.25 earned run average. 12 innings, though, 10 strikeouts in 15 games. Strikeouts last year were more up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Bohm. There's a bouncing ball hit over towards shortstop, and the throw on over to first base is in time. Bohm throws the helmet down, and he's angry, and we're going to go to the top of the 8th inning. Phillies do, however, get on the board. That is, it's a 2-1 game, and we go to the 8th inning right now. Okay, let's go say hi to somebody. Let's do that. Let's go say hi to somebody that we haven't said hi to in a while. Who is on right now? Who is on? Let's go say hi to Rhino. Yep, let's go say hi to Rising Rhino, shall we? All right, we'll go send a raid over to Rising Rhino's way. Make sure that you guys come on and join me. Yes, sir. We got 453 people here in the chat. I hope to see all of you guys. Join me as we go raid Rising Rhino. Let's raid Rhino. Let's go say hi. Be right back in just a few moments. See you very, very soon. Top of the 8th inning. And here's the pitch. That's going to be taken for a called strike. But this will be challenged. Jonathan Bolin is on the mound. So the Guardians challenge this. That is a ball. And the count is instead 1-0, not 0-1 to Brian Rocchio. It's Rocchio, Bazana, and Ramirez. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Excellent fastball thrown there by Jonathan Bolin. And it's 1-1 strike. There's Jose Alvarado warming up in the bullpen, just in case they have to face Chase DeLauder. 1-1 pitch, and that is outside for ball 2. Christian Walker just homered for the Houston Astros. Hit one 426 feet. It was a 3-run shot. 2-1 pitch, fouled away. Once again, we'll be on tonight for the Angels-Rangers game. That game will be at 7:20. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch, here it comes. And a called strike 3 on the outside edge. Inside edge. And there's out number 1. Regardless. Really good pitch thrown by Bolin. Got him looking at a fastball right at the knees. So 1 away. And Bazana is up. And Bazana takes a slider on the outside corner for strike 1. That was excellent. Really wanted to see more movement on that slider of his, and we're getting a lot of that today. And the 4-seamer's looking good. 0-1 pitch, and, well, there's a high drive. This is hit out to deep right field. That ball's gone, and it's not coming back. It actually did bounce back onto the field. And the Guardians do get a run back. 3-1. I think I jinxed them. Wow. Bazana did not miss a beat on that pitch. He crushed that thing. His extension was perfect. I mean, he knew exactly which pitch was coming, where it was going. This guy doesn't really have a lot of power. And the fact that he just drilled it that far, that was... Whew. The pitch to Jose Ramirez. That's in there for strike 1. Green and red batting gloves for Jose. And the 0-1 pitch. It'll catch the outside edge for strike 2. Travis Bazana today is 3 for 4. Remember, he played for Team Australia in the World Baseball Classic. 0-2 pitch, line drive hit out over towards left center. Marsh is there, makes the grab. Marsh does slide over to left field, by the way. And Crawford is in center. 2 down. Let's go. Local boy Christian Walker, yeah. Here's the pitch. And the slider's at the knees for strike 1. Nothing and 1 is the count to Chase DeLauder. And the pitch is chopped towards the right side. Stott plays it on a hop. Tosses it over to first with a sidearm throw, and it's in time, and the Phillies are down by 2 once again as they go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be Realmuto, Stott, and Garcia due on up. That is 5, 6, and 7 in the batting order as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. All right, it's time for some more shout-outs. If you are tuning in for the first time today, if you're tuning on in for the first time ever, what I like to do is I like to give people shout-outs. I like to ask people, where are they tuning on in from? And then I read that, and you guys get a shout-out. Where are you tapping on in from? That's where I want to know. That's what I want to know. Where are we tuning in from today? Got to get those bats fired up. It may be cold, but you know what? They got to get into fuego mode right now. Let's go. That's all that they're trying to do. That's all that they're trying to do, Sonic. Let's go, baby. Crazy Rob from Virginia. What's up, Crazy Rob? As usual, every year the Phillies and the Yankees will have to make a move for a good reliever, says Morty. What else is new, man? I actually want them to get another starter, if I'm being honest, right now. I think a starter's more important than a reliever, but that might just be a hot take from me, but I might feel different in a week or so. Norfolk, Virginia! Does Philly have a chance? Well, they're down by 2. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike. The bats have to wake up. They do. They're down by 2. We got Norristown, Pennsylvania. Pat Ryan, what's up, Pat? First pitch to JT. It's in there for strike 1. Gaddis kicks, fires, and JT pops it up, but it's a foul ball. Hit about 7 rows, maybe even further deep behind home plate. The Phillies just have 1 run, and it came thanks to a sacrifice fly by Bryce Harper. I tune in every once in a while from Cape May. I appreciate you. The video syncs with the 3D representation. I love it when it does that. That's awesome. 0-2 pitch. Line drive hit out over to right field. That's caught by DeLauder. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's sharply just right at Chase. I don't know why the 3D's behind here, but regardless. You can't win. You really can't. You can only control what you can control. Here's Bryson Stott, who looks at a changeup at the knees for strike 1. So obviously, if Cleveland still has the lead, Cade Smith will pitch the bottom of the 9th inning. He's their closer. The ball is 1 strike. The 0-1. And the slider is in the zone for strike 2. Cade has 17 saves, which is the most in all of baseball. And if you've been watching him this year, it's been really strong. 0-2, and that's inside for a ball. He has really settled on into that role. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Mods, how we doing? How we doing on that? 1-2 to Stott, swing and a miss. Got a slider that was in the dirt and inside, and he went fishing after it, and Gaddis records his first strikeout of the afternoon. 2 lefties in the bullpen for Philadelphia. It's Banks and Alvarado. 2 down, bottom of the 8th, and here's Adolis Garcia, who has doubled and walked today. Just 4 homers on the 2026 campaign for him, and 15 RBI as well. First pitch to Adolis Garcia. Check swing, did he go? I believe he did. Yes, he did. Mr. Coach Nick. I like that, Mr. Coach. That's cool. I like that. Mr. Manager Mattingly. The M&M. No balls. 1 strike. Garcia in the box. The 0-1. Up high for a ball. There's Cade Smith. Speaking of the devil. Warming up in the bullpen right now. The 1-1 pitch. That'll be in there for strike 2. Stop versus the back foot slider is like Superman versus Kryptonite. This is Pat Ryan. That's strong. That's a bar. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Garcia got a fastball, and he was very tardy on that pitch. We're going to go to the 9th inning. It's a 3-1 lead for the Cleveland Guardians. Hoskins, Schneemann, and Fry are going to come on up to the plate as we head to the top of the 9th. We do have a post-game show after this chat. I know that some of you guys aren't as fond of the post-game show, but I do it because, A, it's really good to engage with people, and it's nice to just be able to sort of just talk about things like after the game is done. I know that we have a lot of Phillies diehard fans on here. Also, it's like really cool to just be able to get other people involved in the show. I really like this whole idea of having a post-game show because I love it when people call on in. I love it when people text on in as well. It doesn't even have to be here on YouTube. They don't even have to type a message. They can just text the line or they can leave me a voicemail. It's really nice to just be able to get fans to engage. And that's really why I do it, because I know that people have their own thoughts and there's not as many platforms on YouTube for people to express how they feel. And that's really why I like doing that. So if you guys want to call on in after the game is done, please feel free to do so. The number is posted down here on the hotline at 610-314-0844. We'll definitely make sure that we'll continue to post that. The mods are also going to post it in the chat down below as well. But yeah, no, it's a cool thing. Definitely calling into the show, regardless if they win or lose. We try to do as many post-game shows as possible. Also, if you are new to the channel, who am I? How did I find you? Well, you found me by searching me on YouTube, or your algorithm sent you over here, and you clicked on a thumbnail or just a picture that you thought was cool. I want to tune on into the Phillies game. I want to tune on into the Guardians game. This guy just happened to show on up on my timeline. Welcome aboard. I'm Jason. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Yeah. The also really cool thing about it is that you can tell your parents or tell your family that you made it on TV. Like, I could highlight people's comments and I could say, Larry, you're famous. You made it onto Play-by-Play with JJ. You made it onto YouTube, my friend. It's a really cool thing. I'm like joking, but like at the same time, it's really nice to just see people's names pop on up. The pitch, and that's taken for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Rhys Hoskins. 1-0 pitch, foul ball. I made it. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 1-1 delivery to Hoskins, and there's a fly ball hit out over to left field. That will stay in the ballpark, thank goodness. And the catch is made by Brandon Marsh for out number 1 in the top of the 9th inning. So there's 1 out. I got nothing better to do, says Larry. Oh, man. We have a cool crowd, right? The pitch. That'll be in there for strike 1. 0-1 is the count. Thank you. We'll be doing some more Cleveland games. We've done actually like 4 Cleveland games this year, so definitely subscribe to the channel. We'll definitely be doing some more. We do like 3 to 4 other baseball games per week. We really tried to get out of the market, you know? 1-1, foul ball. One-two pitch, line drive, base it out to right field. And so there's a 1-out single in the top of the 9th inning. Phillies will win in a walk-off homer, just like the Orioles. The Orioles could do that twice today because they play a doubleheader. What's up, Dean? How you doing, Dean? You're on YouTube. Here we go. Tiffany, what's up, Tiffany? Good to see you, Tiffany. Phillies win the baseball today, fair and square. Let's go, Tiff! That's the spirit. That was not a punch. That was a fist pump. 1 ball, no strikes. Halpin is up. And Halpin takes ball 2 high. Teddy Halpin batting under 100. He does have 1 RBI on the season. 2 hits in 23 ABs. Next pitch, and now it's a strike. How often do you stream? I stream a lot. I did 23 World Baseball Classic games. I've done 27 non-Phillies games. And I've done about, I want to say 35, at least 35 Phillies games. It's so easy for me to lose track of this. Sorry, we've done like 40. We've done more than 35. They played 52. We've done about 40, I want to say. About 40 Phillies games. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, and that's outside for ball 3. But we also covered the Sixers, so we were doing their playoff games as well, and we also do the Eagles. But a lot of baseball. A lot of baseball. Three-two pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Drop a chair in the chat for him. Let's go. JJ does almost every Phillies games. Oh, yes. I also do Diamond Zone. That's basically a whip around of Major League Baseball games like NFL Red Zone. I do that, too. Forgot to mention that. How could I forget about Diamond Zone? Yeah. We're also doing another charity stream. Not this Monday, but next Monday. That'll be cool. And we'll incorporate Diamond Zone into that, which will be awesome. The pitch is taken for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Caleb, what's up, Caleb? My guy, Caleb. Fist pump to you. How you doing, my friend? The balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 to Quan, and that's in there for strike 2. Don't you guys worry. We got more baseball tonight. Did I make the thumbnail yet? Did I make the stream yet? Will the stream be done? Just kidding. The 0-2. Grounded foul towards the third base side and out of play. Why did I say out of play? There's no such thing as like a round ball that goes out of play. It's grounded over toward the third base side. It was foul. Oh-2 pitch. High bouncer. Hit over towards Banks' way. He has to jump up. He catches it, and he throws it over to first. That was not an easy play. He had to take a couple of steps backwards, and then he had to jump up and catch it. Watch his footing on the mound, because that is slippery on the dirt. And he threw it over to first. That was really awesome. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Last chance. Cade Smith is going to come on in. He'll try to shut the door and have the Guardians get the series win, but will the Phillies have a response? We'll see. We shall see. Yes, we are raising money for ALS on Monday. I'm so excited. Not this Monday. It's next Monday. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. We will talk more about it tomorrow. But that's going to be fun. That'll be great. A 2-run comeback would be tough. It'd have to be 3 runs, but you might not even have to tie it. We'll see. We shall definitely see. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Caleb Nice, not going to let the Phillies ruin your holiday. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. About to prepare the grub for a holiday weekend cookout. Making Kool-Aid pineapples. Ooh, that sounds good. Save me some, Caleb. You know, you got to send some all the way over to to JJ's way. You got to send it to the P.O. box. Hopefully it stays fresh by then. Oh, man. Oh, I wanted to ask you really quickly. Are you going to Grassi's 30 and 30 when he comes to Philly? 30 and 30 in Philly. Oh, I like that. That's beautiful. When he comes over to Philly, I wanted to make sure that I asked you that. Cade Smith is going to pitch 17 saves in 19 opportunities. Just one homer allowed this season and a 2.55 ERA. 36 strikeouts in 24 innings. And here's Justin Crawford making his second at-bat of the game. And the first pitch is high for a ball. I'll be at the 30 and 30 in Indianapolis. Oh, not Philly. Oh, dang it. Okay. 1-0 pitch. And that's in there for strike one. Got you. No worries. You from Indy? That's cool. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the 1-1 pitch grounded towards the second baseman. And the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And there is out number 1. If they put James Harden in this game, James Harden can't play. He has a game tomorrow. Oh, wait, is it tonight? Did the Spurs play last night? No, the Spurs play tonight. I guess James Harden could play. What are they? Oh, wait, they're in Cleveland. They're not even near Philly. They can't just come down I-95 readily. The pitch. That's taken for a ball. This is Brandon Marsh. Rossi's doing that again. Go check out his community post. 1-0. That misses outside for ball 2. Kyle Schwarber is in the hole. Smith kicks, deals, bouncing ball hit over to second. Again, Bazana plays it on a hop, throws it over to first, and there is out number 2. It's Trey Turner up to bat. First pitch, it's in there for strike 1 at the knees. Tarps off. 0-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards the right field side, and that is a foul ball. And the Phillies are now down to their final strike. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. Patrick with the sub, thank you. The 0-2 is down for a ball. It's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch is down again for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Smith kicks, fires. Turner smacks it foul. And the inning, or the at-bat, I should say, will continue. The 2-2 pitch to Turner, swing and a miss, and the ball game is over. Cade Smith throws a 1-2-3 ninth inning, and the Phillies lose their second series in a row. This time, it's to the Cleveland Guardians. And they have to hop on a plane, fly out over to San Diego, and play an afternoon game tomorrow. That is at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:40 p.m. Pacific Time. And they will open up a series out at Petco Park. The player of the game tonight is Travis Bazana. He ends up finishing the game by going 3 for 4. And pretty much hit the dagger, which was off of Jonathan Bolin, as he drilled one out to right field. And that made it a 3-1 game. And that was the final score of the ball game for Cleveland and Philly. Okay, a lot to talk about. Okay. And we will definitely dissect everything. First and foremost, if you're going to sign off right now, thank you all so much for tuning on in. If you really want to hear what I have to say about this game, stay on for this post-game show because we'll break down a lot. We have a lot that we have to talk about. We'll also be taking phone calls right after the opening monologue is done. 610-314-0844 if you want to catch up with me, if you want to talk about this Phillies team. Because guess what? I haven't talked to you guys in like 5 days. I haven't heard from my people in 5 days. And I really want to hear what you guys have to say about this one. Yeah, the bats have been cooling off. They have not done as good of a job as we would like. I know that Cleveland has better pitching than what the Phillies were facing. But you came up short in this series, and yes, you're going to lose series, but things were going so well, and it's a little disappointing that now they're starting to sort of go back to their old ways. But now the question becomes, can the Phillies find their momentum again when they head back to San Diego with the hot weather? I don't know actually what the weather's supposed to be like this week in San Diego. I probably should look at that before I even say hot weather, but most likely I would assume that it's going to be better weather. But I don't know. We'll have to see how they do. But yeah, not a lot of run production today. Painter did look good. I'll give him that. I think that that's a positive, and I will definitely take more stock into that. But yeah, overall, a disappointing weekend for the Philadelphia Phillies after Christopher Sanchez pitches you 8 shutout innings on Friday. You can't put up 1 run from him, and I think that that was really the disappointing game. I know that Gavin Williams is their ace, but you really thought that maybe they could take that game or even just this one. I don't know. I think that they had their chances, and they just weren't able to do so, but I'm not overall sad. I'm not overall angry. I just wish that they would have came up with more runs this weekend than they did. But we'll have to see how they do in the next series against the San Diego Padres. But we'll talk more about this. We got a 5-minute break coming on up right now. Please call in into the show. If you're even scared of calling in, don't be afraid. Definitely feel free to be able to call in. It's really cool. Or just stay on here and just chill out and just listen. Kick your feet on up. Listen to what I have to say because I do have a lot to say. All right, see you soon. 5 minutes. 5 minutos. Bye-bye. See you soon.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
All right, welcome on in to the Phillies postgame show here on Play-by-Play with JJ. All right, the Philadelphia Phillies lose their second series in a row. Their second series in a row under Don Mattingly. And Parker Messick gets the win. Andrew Painter gets his fifth loss of the season. And Cade Smith gets his 18th save for the Cleveland Guardians, and he just continues to have a very good season as the closer for Cleveland. Okay. Excuse me. Let's breathe. Let's take a step and let's breathe. How do I dissect this game? I'm going to wrap up in a bow what has gone on since Tuesday into one present. What do I mean by that? I'm going to take Tuesday's game, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday's games, okay? And I'm going to wrap them all in a bow. We'll put Monday's game in there too. Why not? And I'm going to put it to you this way. If you do yard work, okay, sometimes you got to trim up bushes. Sometimes you got to, rake things in the yard. And you got to get rid of these spikes, okay? So some trees, some bushes have these thorns, like rose bushes, okay? And the thorns, if you touch the thorns, you go, ow! Because it hurts. How I look at these last 6 games is I'm not annoyed. I'm not upset. But I'm out. I'm feeling ouch. Like that feeling when you touch something and it just hurts you, like a thorn when you're doing yard work outside. That's sort of how I relate to this. Does it make sense? Probably not. But I'm not mad. I'm unsettled, if that makes sense. I think that the Reds and the Guardians themselves were sort of thorns in the road for the Phillies. Because we're looking at this offense and we're saying to ourselves, yes, they're facing better pitching. But there's times where you're like sort of squinting your eyes and you're saying to yourself, how come they didn't put up more runs there? Why aren't they getting on base as much? Why aren't they playing more scrappy baseball? How come they're chasing more? Yes, they're facing better pitching, but it's sort of just that uneasy feeling that you get when you touch something that's just so spiky or something that just hurts your skin. It's not a good feeling. It's an out type of a feeling. That's how I feel like when I'm watching this Phillies team from just this week. This team was cruising. They were going through this really hot stretch under Don Mattingly. And then all of a sudden, over these last 2 series, When the pitching is doing really well, the bats have gone pretty cold. And they have just been not so good. I mean, this was a bad homestand. They won 2 of 3 games. They ended up losing. They won 2 and then they lost 4. That's not what your job was to do at home. You were supposed to use all that momentum that you were getting on the road and be able to take care of business out at the bank. And it just didn't work out that way. They were a disturbance for you. And for some reason, you just could not get over that hump of facing really good pitching. If you remember what I said after the last game on Tuesday, I said sometimes you run into really good pitching, and it's really tough to score runs. For example, when they faced Chase Burns, the best, arguably, in the National League. If you watched him throw the pitches that he was throwing, that guy was throwing some really good stuff. And they just couldn't hit him. And sometimes you have to tip your cap when you face really good pitching, because you're not always going to win. Now, my counter argument is that if you put up a stretch of those games and you're facing pretty solid pitching, if you consider yourself to be a good team, you got to find ways to win those games. You're not going to win them all. That's fine. It just would have been nice, though, if they would have came through with better at-bats. Didn't like what Crawford did in the 7th inning. The 6th inning, that was. Wish he didn't ground out there. I thought that was the right move to put in Justin Crawford. And then Marsh leads off with a triple in the 7th. You get a walk from Trey. Kyle strikes out there. Harper gets the sac fly, but you only come away with 1 run there. That's not good. Can't do that. Got to be better. But I'm not upset. I'm not feeling angry or like I want to rant, like I want to unleash on this team. But this week overall was just a little bit unsettling. It was just an uneasy week for this team, and it wasn't fun. It was sort of uncomfortable, and it was wacky, but it felt like that they just didn't have that. It felt like that they lost. I don't want to say that they fully lost their swag, because I'm not going to go that far, but they were building momentum, and they just have not been able to maneuver or sustain that momentum. We had a caller call in. It was on Monday or Tuesday. It was Joe. Joe called on in. And Joe said specifically, JJ, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I don't want. He didn't say that he was afraid, but he said, I don't want these losses. A loss like tonight, meaning when they face Cade Smith. Or not Cade Smith, Chase Burns. Said, I don't want a loss like that to help them like lose their momentum, essentially, he was saying. Don't want this to go down a bad path. Maybe this is a hiccup. Maybe this is them just sort of, falling flat right now. But they have not been able to sustain that positive start that they built under Don Mattingly's realm, his ruling. And I'm really hoping that this doesn't trend in a bad direction. It looks like it is. But maybe they can pick themselves back up. I've seen this team do it. You're on a roller coaster. Okay. You build it up, right? When you're going up on the roller coaster, the adrenaline's building up. And then when you reach the very tippy top, you get that feeling in your stomach like, oh man, here comes the drop off. Here comes the fast, here comes the speed, right? But then sometimes, like when the ride slows down and after you're just going like fast and fast and fast, and then you sort of slow that momentum down, you're like, oh man, that feels a little bit weird to just be able to sort of slow down there and get back to like a slower pace. And then it's like the ride is over, and like you don't want that ride to be over. Like you want to go back on that ride again because you want to experience what that feeling was when you were at the tippy top and then you just hit the drop off and you were just soaring. That's how I feel like the Philadelphia Phillies are playing right now. They're sort of at the last stage of the roller coaster where everything was going great and then it sort of stops. Maybe they can find that sort of second dip, that second drop off, if you will. I don't really know if that makes sense, but I think you guys sort of understand what I'm alluding to. Maybe that's the analogy. That's sort of the best one that I can come up with. I will say, though, okay, with all the bad hitting that they've had this week, I have learned something that is really positive, that I take a lot of stock in, and that's this. The Phillies pitching overall has been miles and miles and miles better with Zach Wheeler back out there on the bump. We didn't talk about Wheeler. We didn't talk about Zach. Can you believe that this guy had blood clots? You didn't know if he was even going to pitch again. And not only is he back, but he is playing at such a high level. And he just goes out there and is such a competitor. This guy gave you 6 strong scoreless innings on Saturday and mowed down that Cleveland lineup. I'm watching Christopher Sanchez pitching at a very high level. I'm seeing Andrew Peener throw the ball better overall. I'm looking at Jesus Luzardo. I'm saying to myself, he's pitching better. I feel a lot more confident with this starting rotation. If the Phillies are going to go far in the playoffs, they're going to have to rely on their starting pitching to keep them involved in these games. I would like to try to see them go after another bat because right now, if we're talking about today is May 24th, right? They're going to obviously need another right-handed bat. I would also feel better if they had another 5-hole pitcher, but that's just me. I think that they could use another starter, at least maybe another back in the end bullpen type of a guy. But that's how I feel right now. That can obviously change too. But if we're talking about them competing with the best teams in the National League, the Braves, the Dodgers, I still feel like that they are a piece away. But I'm also still willing to look at this and say to myself, I want to continue to live in the moment and see where this thing goes. It's been a bad week, but I still want to live in the present. and see where this team takes us. I still believe that they could use another couple of guys, but that's where my head is right now. I feel a lot more positive, though, about the starting pitching, and I will hold my head up high with that. Part of the reason why, a major part of the reason why they were on the losing streak, it wasn't just because of the cold bats. That's what really infuriated us, because that's what we come to see. We want to see pop in the bat. We want to see them put up runs. We want to see the offense clicking, because that's what makes this team likable. That's what makes them attractive. I still like their pitching, but their pitching was not doing really good when they were on those bad losing streaks with Rob Thompson. One of the main reasons why you were 9-19 was because you had Taijuan Walker out there. Was because you had Andrew Painter throwing off, meatballs down the center of the plate, and Aaron Nola on top of that, and you still didn't have Zach Wheeler. That wasn't fun. The pitching, though, has done a much better job. And that makes me feel a lot better. It does. It makes me feel better going on into San Diego. Because as long as you can keep their lineup, the Padres lineup, cold, you have a chance. You do. Last thing that I will say before I hand it off to you guys is that I've been banging on this whole Trey Turner batting leadoff thing. But what I really want to harp on today is I'm starting to get annoyed with I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed with Adolis Garcia. I don't think it's all his fault. I maybe this is just a me problem. I thought that this was another low risk, high reward type of a move for the Phillies. Do I like Garcia better than Castellanos? Yes. I didn't really have anything bad with Castellanos until the end of his tenure here. I really liked the Castellanos signing. But this signing so far from Garcia, while he's better defensively than Castellanos is, I thought he was going to be better than Max Kepler. And so far, it's been disappointing. My frustration also lies on Dave Dombrowski with going after Adolis as your right fielder and as another outfield, as your big move during the offseason. I didn't like that. I thought that they could have used another big-time bat. They weren't able to get one, and Garcia hasn't panned out the way that I wanted him to pan out so far. He's striking out less than I thought he would, and he's walking a little bit more. But I missed 2023, 2022 Adolis Garcia, where that guy was just launching home runs. He's a strong person, but I don't know if it's a Kevin Long problem. But I feel like that part of it is just, it has to be on Garcia himself. He just hasn't worked out the way that I wanted it to so far. I've been disappointed with it. I got to be honest. But yeah, those are my true thoughts. Tough for them to go down another series in a row. Not hitting the panic button at all. But this is just a bump in the road. They're a bump. They're a bump in the road right now. The Guardians and the Reds, they were cruising. The Phillies were cruising down the highway, okay? And then all of a sudden there's a pothole. There's a couple of potholes. The Phillies hit a couple of those potholes right there. And that's sort of where they are. Hopefully they can get back on track. I want to see them back on the road driving 75 on the highway. Just being able to cruise and not even not even press anything. Just have the cruise control on, auto cruise, and boom. Just get back on the road, back on the highway. But yeah. All right, let me know how you guys feel about this week, about this team, about this game overall. How do you feel about this? Do you agree with some of the things I said? Do you disagree? Calling in 610-314-0844. That's how you dial on into the show. Not going to keep it too long today, so definitely, get to your points whenever you do call on in. But yes, overall today the Phillies just had. I mean, they only had one run today, and they ended up losing, and that was not good. They've put up just 4 runs in their last 3 games. That's not good enough at all. Today, though, as a team, they had 6 hits, and they were also just not good today with runners in scoring position at all. They were 0 for 7, and they left 9 guys on base. That's the stat that really bothers me. Leaving 9 guys on and being 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. It's not good. It's unsettling, and it's just, man. I don't know. Let's take a look at some chat things to see. What did I want to say? The Phillies are also back down under 500, which, again, I don't really like. What bothered me the most about today? Andrew Painter got the loss. Painter didn't pitch bad. Your bats just didn't come through. I will give Parker Messick a little bit of credit, because I did say that he was a tough pitcher, and if the Phillies don't get to him early, it's going to be really tough for them to get a hold of him later, and that did come to fruition, unfortunately. But again, good pitching is going to beat you, but you're also going to have to beat good pitching, and they did with Paul Skeens. They did with Ranger, even though they didn't really provide a lot of runs off of Ranger. Same thing with, who was the other guy? Not DeLauder, not Burns, but the other guy for Cincinnati who was really good. I forget. Regardless, though, you're going to have to beat good pitching. Messick me sick. Yeah, he didn't. The Phillies just didn't hit off of him today. Harper, Bohm, and JT today going 0 for 10. That's annoying. That was annoying. I want to see how I thought that when Bryce Harper hit the home run off of Bubba Chandler, I was thinking to myself, that's when he finally got his power back. Unfortunately, that hasn't really been the case. Is part of it because Kyle Schwarber's cooling off and teams aren't intentionally walking him as much as they used to? Maybe. But I've been a little bit disappointed that he hasn't shown as much pop. I know that he's still getting on base. He got on base 3 times yesterday. He went 3 for 4. And he did steal. He also got caught stealing. But I don't know. I thought that heading on into this week, he had positive momentum in his direction, and he was starting to really hit the ball better. But only 2 RBIs this week and a total of like 6 hits. Or 5 hits, I should say. Yeah. It's not really what I wanted. Oh, Larry. What's up, Larry? We can't get over the hump against mediocre pitching either. That's a problem. You're going to have to try to do that against teams that have just average pitching. How many times have we seen, not even just this year, but over the years, where a pitcher like Mackenzie Gore or somebody that's just average goes out there and pitches like he's Nolan Ryan? seen it plenty of times, chat. It's bothersome. Michael Soroka is a great example of that. Michael Soroka, man, on the Colorado Rockies, this guy was not pitching well. Then he started to pitch okay in his last 2 outings before he faced the Phillies. And then, against the Phillies, what do you think Michael Soroka did? I'll read you the stats. I'm actually pulling them up right now as we speak. Michael Soroka. Oh, wait. Is he even on the roster now? Is he even on the roster right now? Hold up a second. Because I thought he was... Oh, he was on the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks. I kind of remember that now. Versus the Phillies in his last outing. Soroka in his last outing against the Phillies pitched on April 10th, and he struck out 10 in 5 2/3. That was after... That was the annoying game because they had a very early start. If you remember that game, you probably don't even want to. You probably are like, Jason, why are you even bringing this up? Because this is proving my point, right? This is proving Larry's point. This guy gives up 4 runs in the first inning, and the Phillies bats just boop, silent. They hear the crickets. Or in SpongeBob, the coral reef is blowing by. Not good. Where's the team's heart? Who is the team's heart? Does this team have any heart, says Larry. Over the last week, I think that they've just been struggling. I do. I think that they have just been struggling. I think that they started off great. They won their first 6 series under Mattingly. I think that they just hit a bump. I hope that's not the case. I might be wrong. I might certainly be wrong. But if you do this, if your bats go this cold out in San Diego, and this continues to be a bad trend, then, I'm going to start sort of changing my thoughts about that. This needs to be this series coming up against the Padres needs to be a get-right series. It does. This is a series where they really need to just change the tides. The ball's coming back into their court. How do they change the momentum before it gets worse than it already is? And it's not bad now, but it looks like it's unsettling. Just is. So, that's what I got to say. We're a lot like the Padres, expensive players not living up to their bill, says Larry. Well, Kyle Schwarber is. Let's do this exercise. Is Kyle Schwarber living up to his contract? I think Kyle is. Right now. Right now. Is Bryce Harper living up to his contract? This might be both sides. I would say before this week, yes. He's been playing a lot better overall. This week, I'm still well and okay to say yes. I think he is living up to... I don't think that he's living up to his contract this week, but I think overall he's been living... He hasn't... Yes or no, JJ? I guess I would say no. I think he's been better than Trey Turner. I don't think Turner has lived up to his contract. Nola has not lived up to his. Duran has lived up to his. Sanchez has lived up to his. Wheeler has lived up to his. JT has lived up to his. So the guys that are getting paid like the max dollars, I'd say for the most part, the most of those guys are. The guys that aren't, in my opinion, are Trey Turner, who's really not living up to his contract, and Bryce Harper. But I only say that because I think that Bryce Harper was paid to be the leader of the team. It's not that, and he was paid to produce, like to produce runs. And he was doing that before, but he's the franchise. Does that make sense? Is that fair? I don't know. I think it is. But I'm not saying he's having a bad year. Trey Turner's having a bad year. Aaron Nola, very bad year. Awful year for Aaron Nola. Terrible. I'd say everybody else is living up to their contract for the most part. One thing I don't understand with today is why you don't let the rookie in Crawford bat against the rookie left-handed pitching. Sosa does not belong in that outfield. Haley. Edmundo Sosa in left field. I've seen enough. Nope. I've seen enough. I've seen enough of Edmundo Sosa in that outfield. Watched him misplay a ground ball out to left field again today. Guys are actually not even afraid to run off of Sosa out in left field. They're like, all right, like, look, test the arm. We're going to score. Bazana did that. They're not afraid of him. They're not. So, I agree with you. Why are we giving Justin Crawford the platoon treatment like we were to Stott and Marsh? I was saying before that Stott couldn't hit lefties and Marsh couldn't hit lefties. And you know what? I was wrong. Because I don't think that they were given enough time to do so. My opinion changed. If you were to ask me like 3 years ago, I'd say, yeah, Marsh can't hit lefties, Stott can't hit lefties, but guess what? Marsh has done a much better job against lefties. And Crawford needs experience. Crawford needs experience. But yeah. Abbott. Thanks. Andrew Abbott. Yeah. That's the guy. That's the guy I was thinking of. Anything else that I really want to say about this game? Yeah. Not really happy with Trey Turner's production at all. That's just bad. Bohm had another error over at third base. Another error at third. But yeah. That was my complaint about Harper. He's very good, but lacks in leadership. Schwarber, I do think is a lead by example, but he's maybe not loud. Sean, what's up, Sean? Deficiencies were masked by lesser teams that they were playing. Now you play better teams. Look what's happening. You lose again. I just don't want this to spiral into a bad thing, you know? That's what I'm saying. Trey has been a terrible signing. Yeah, it's been terrible. What's up, BW? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you on here. It is now 4:51. Yes. Yes. Wait till Stubbs starts getting more games out in left field. I can't do that either, man. Nope, I can't do it. I can't do it. Nope. I don't really have much else to say. This is a get-right series that they have to do in San Diego. No excuses. They're on a plane, I'm sure, about ready to fly right now. And they got an early one tomorrow. Early for San Diego purposes. It's Memorial Day, but they got to show up. They got to play well. Tomorrow, they will have Luzardo on the bump against Randy Vasquez. And Randy Vasquez, I hate to be this guy, but Randy Vasquez also has pitched pretty well in his last 4 outings, too. He's given up 7 runs in 21 innings. He's a ground ball pitcher. Or sorry, he's not a ground ball pitcher. He's a fly-out type of a guy where he'll leave pitches, but he'll make you feel uncomfortable. And I'm not trying to be negative here. I'm really not. But if the Phillies trend the way that they've been trending, if they come out with the same exact philosophy tomorrow, you're not going to get any runs off of this guy. And it's going to make it that much tougher for you to win. It is. San Diego, right now, they're down 3-0, but if they come back, they could sweep the Athletics, and they're home. So they're waiting for you. They're waiting for you, and you got to go out there with a lot of fire. You have to have energy, and you have to be ready to go. No matter what the start time is, I know it's an early afternoon game for them tomorrow. You got to be there. You got to show up, and you got to ball out. Even though you're going up against another pitcher that's been pitching better lately. No excuses. Got to get the job done. And then Tuesday, it's Nola versus Canning. I don't know what to expect in that game. Canning has not been good. Nola has not been good. And then Wednesday, that's a night game. And then Wednesday afternoon, you got Sanchez versus Buehler. I think that they should definitely win that game. Walker Buehler has been throwing the ball a little bit better, but I could also see them not putting up a lot of runs against him. I'm not trying to be negative. I don't want to go down this hole, but the bottom line is that you got to put runs on the board against the Padres. They have to. But yeah. They both can. And proved it before. Rob wanted to play Magic 8 Ball with the line of Magic 8 Ball. Dude, I haven't played Magic 8 Ball in forever. I have not played Magic 8 Ball in a while. All right. So, that's all I got. That is all I got, man. We need to have specific strategies against various starters. We always have the same approaches, Larry. I feel like that against the lesser opponents that their philosophy changed. I just can't understand why. And maybe you disagree with me on this. I can't understand why they went back to their old habits this weekend. It was really this weekend where I felt like that they were chasing after more pitches and they weren't as disciplined. They weren't playing that mental tough game against the Guardians. The Guardians were mentally stronger than the Phillies were throughout this series. The pitching was great. I'm not talking about the pitching. I'm not talking about the starters. I'm talking about the bats. So, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know why I went back to that. All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for me. The matchups for the Dodgers series. The Dodgers, who do they play? The Dodgers play the Rockies. So Emmett Sheehan pitches tomorrow against Kyle Freeland. Tuesday, it's Eric Lauer. The Rockies haven't decided who's pitching on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, it's Ohtani versus Sagano. I could see them sweeping the Colorado Rockies. I could. All right, but yeah, that's going to wrap it up for me. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I will see you all tonight Tonight we got Angels and Rangers. We'll be back on for that game. I got to get the thumbnail ready. I got to go eat some dinner, spend some time with the family. All right. Love you all. Lila Tov. Good night. Catch you all later. Peace out.